professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Fighting for an Idea. Ninja, shouldn't the mission be the most important thing? Isn't the mission the most important thing? After walking out of the Hokage building, Kakashi recalled the expression of Nagatama Toda in the office, and felt a little confused. He said that Nagatama Toda completed the mission and was a qualified ninja, but Nagatama Toda was not happy, and there was a hint of anger in his eyes when he looked at him. If it wasn't in the Hokage's office, Kakashi felt that Nagatama Toda might say something. But Kakashi didn't understand why Nagatama Toda was angry with him. His teammates didn't die because he killed them, but because of the enemy. He just expressed his opinion. Could it be that the life and death of the disciples is more important than completing the mission? Kakashi thought in his heart. If Nagatama Toda really thought so, then Kakashi thought it was good that Nagatama Toda didn't serve as an instructor. Nagatama Toda with this idea was not a qualified ninja at all. A qualified ninja should complete the mission at all costs, even if it will lead to the death of teammates. At night, Kakashi, who returned home, murmured while looking at the dark house. Once, Kakashi also had a father that made him proud. His father is called Hotei, who is very powerful. He once made great achievements in the Second Ninja World War and killed many ninjas from hostile ninja villages. He was honored as Konoha White Fang. Kakashi admired his powerful and reliable father and had been practicing hard with his father as his goal. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. This was all following in his father's footsteps. But an incident that happened when he was 7 years old changed the image of Hotei in Kakashi's heart. In a major mission, Hotei failed in order to save his teammates, causing Konoha to suffer huge losses. The village was full of scolding, and even the teammate who was rescued stood up and accused Hotei of doing something wrong. Soon, one day when Kakashi came home after training, he saw a body lying in a pool of blood at home. The White Fang short blade that killed countless ninjas finally ended the life of its owner. From then on, Hotei was no longer the strongest and most qualified ninja in Kakashi's heart. As a ninja, Hotei was unqualified. He was emotional and caused Konoha to suffer huge losses for his teammates. As a father, he abandoned his 7-year-old child, which was also unqualified. He was no longer proud of his father, nor was he proud of anyone. Kakashi opened the door and first cleaned the house from top to bottom. A lot of dust had accumulated in the house after not coming back for more than a month. With the convenient ninjutsu of shadow clone, even one person can quickly clean the whole house. Kakashi quickly completed the cleaning work and the house returned to its former cleanliness. Do you want to exercise next? Kakashi thought to himself after cleaning. Dinner had been solved on the way home, so he didn't need to make it himself. In the end, Kakashi did nothing and lay in the yard to watch the moon. Kakashi, are you home? At this time, a familiar female voice came from outside. Maybe he went on a mission again after coming back. Zealand, we can just go play. Then an excited male voice came from the side. Kakashi walked out slowly and said calmly, "What's the matter?" "Damn, there's no mission to do," Obito complained in a low voice, feeling very sorry. "If nothing unexpected happens, I won't have to do missions for a long time in the future," Kakashi said. He also guessed that there might be no team to join, and he could only wait for the freshmen to graduate. After all, this mission took so long, it's okay to rest a little more. "No," Harlan said with a gentle smile. She didn't know that Kakashi's long time could be 4 or 5 months. "It's not this reason." Kakashi shook his head and said, "Then what is the reason?" "Kakashi, you can't be lazy." Obito really hopes that Kakashi can do more missions. There is no team for the time being. The teammate died, and the captain is not going to continue to serve as the instructor for the time being. Kakashi did not hide it and said lightly, "The teammate died." This. Hearing Kakashi say these words lightly, Obito was shocked. Since he had seen them a month ago, Obito had not even forgotten the appearance of Kakashi's 2 teammates. However, 2 living people died just like that. Obito felt the cruelty of the ninja in an instant. "I'm sorry." Obito apologized to Kakashi. He felt that Kakashi must be very uncomfortable now. Hearing Kakashi's words, Nohara Rin was also stunned, and then quickly spoke to comfort Kakashi. "Did you misunderstand something? I'm not too sad. Although my teammates died, they did not sacrifice in vain, and the mission did not fail," Kakashi said. "Kakashi, what do you mean? Is it worth it for the teammates to sacrifice for the mission?" Obito couldn't help asking. He was not familiar with Kakashi's teammates, but Obito knew that Kakashi's teammates were definitely not bad people. Kakashi's teammates could have just notified Kakashi and left that day, but they didn't do that. They also specifically reminded Kakashi that this mission was difficult and he needed to make more preparations. Compared to the failure of the mission, the sacrifice of teammates is easier to accept. Kakashi replied calmly, "I really don't like you at all." Obito's blood pressure suddenly rose after hearing Kakashi's answer, and he couldn't help but punch Kakashi. "Because you are not a ninja yet. The world of ninjas always prioritizes missions." Kakashi caught Obito's fist and said, "Ninjas who are emotional are unqualified ninjas. Come and fight. I want to wake you up." Obito couldn't help it anymore. Kakashi threw Obito out, and then said, "You are the one who is not awake, a student who hasn't graduated yet, come to preach to me, a chunin?" Obito, who was getting more and more angry, directly started the breathing method to improve his physical ability, wanting to teach Kakashi a lesson. But at this moment, Kakashi had no intention of holding back, and he directly suppressed Obito with all his strength. Various earth and lightning escapes plus the merciless physical skills made it difficult for Obito, who used full concentration breathing, to resist. Damn it! When he was knocked to the ground by Kakashi again, Obito couldn't help but shout unwillingly. He couldn't accept that he was not as good as Kakashi. "If you still have that childish idea, then give up the idea of becoming a ninja," Kakashi said mercilessly. "Do you feel the gap between new and a formal ninja?" Although he kept belittling Obito, Kakashi was a little surprised in his heart, because in just over a month, Obito had made considerable progress, both in fire escape and physical skills, and he could hold on for so long when he was at full strength. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. "I just don't want to be defeated by someone like you." Obito clenched his fists tightly. His unwillingness reached the extreme, and his anger was burning fiercely. "What do you think of your companions?" After an angry shout, Obito's breathing became more concentrated than ever before, and he felt a steady stream of power pouring out of his body. Breathing of fire. Breathe with all your strength. In an instant, Obito's body disappeared from the spot and appeared beside Kakashi, punching Kakashi in the face. Obito's sudden increase in speed caught Kakashi off guard and he fell to the ground. "Can it be stronger?" Kakashi was a little confused. He had never encountered such a thing before, where his opponent suddenly became stronger after shouting something during a fight. Fortunately, Kakashi had rich combat experience. Not to mention this kind of sparring battle, he had also been at a disadvantage in a life-and-death fight. He quickly stabilized the situation and did not let himself fall further. At this time, the battle was already very fierce, with constant flashes of fire and light on the open ground. The aftermath of the two people's attacks created small pits around them. "Don't fight anymore. You won't be able to play if you get hurt later." Nohara Rin's tit-for-tat momentum was completely unlike an ordinary sparring match, and she spoke up because she was worried about something going wrong. Nohara Rin's words gradually calmed down Obito, who was angry. He was not strong enough to defeat Kakashi. After Obito stopped, Kakashi also stopped. He didn't have a strong desire to fight. "Really? If you have different opinions, you can discuss them properly. Why did you suddenly start fighting?" Nohara Rin sighed, helped the two people dust off their clothes and said helplessly, "It's because his words are so irritating." Obito was still upset about what Kakashi had just said. "Being angry only shows that you are still very immature now," Kakashi said lightly. "You bastard, do you want to continue?" Obito's blood pressure, which had originally dropped, began to rise again. "If you want to be taught a lesson, that's fine." Kakashi said that it didn't matter. Anyway, he could win. "You guys, If you continue like this, I will be angry, Nohara Rin said with her hands on her hips, recalling the scene of Nohara Rin punching a tree. Obito closed his mouth. Obito stopped talking, and Kakashi didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble, and he also calmed down. He was not in a calm mood today. However, with this episode at the beginning, Obito and Kakashi were destined to have difficulty getting along peacefully today. When Kakashi buys a grilled fish, Obito will say that the fish must have died for a while and is unhealthy. When Obito buys a portion of tempura, Kakashi will say that the oil may have been used countless times and is very unhygienic. In short, the other party's right foot is wrong when entering the store, and his breathing is not right. There is something wrong with his existence. Nohara Rin can only keep trying to smooth things over and has no other good solutions. It's almost the end of the semester, and another semester is about to pass. Time flies. Nohara Rin tried hard to find a topic that the two of them would not quarrel about. You will graduate in another semester, and if some people keep such childish ideas, I really worry about the village. Kakashi attacked first. Whoever becomes your next teammate will be unlucky. Obito was not to be outdone. Nohara Rin, I drank at my uncle's house today, and it was a little late. Chapter 152 An Unexpected Surprise. Obito, what did you do when you went back yesterday? Miyu asked, looking at the flame breathing that had already been learned on Obito's panel. Nothing, just went out to play with Zealand, Obito replied. You and Zealand? Miyu felt that Obito might have something to hide. There was also a rather annoying guy. Obito answered honestly, but he felt that Miyu and Kakashi were not familiar with each other, so he did not say Kakashi's name. Obito said this, then Miyu knew who it was. 100% Kakashi. Miyu gave Kakashi a thumbs up in her heart. Not only can it help trigger the training task, but it can also stimulate Obito's strength growth. He is worthy of being Obito's future teammate. He has started to work hard before becoming a teammate. You don't need to practice anything else today. Get more familiar with the current flame breathing. You have completed the introductory stage of the breathing method, Miyu said with a smile. Hey, have you learned it? Obito scratched his head. Yesterday, he was so obsessed with fighting with Sin Courage with Kakashi that Obito did not realize that he had completely learned the breathing method. Well, I've learned it. You're the first one to learn the breathing method, Miyu praised. Haha, is that so? Shisui and the others should learn it soon. Obito's face was full of smiles. The first one, Shisui, who was still practicing the breathing method, was a little unwilling. Although he had been practicing hard, he was still a step slower than Obito. Miyu used the appraisal to take a look at Shisui. His proficiency had reached 90 points, and there was still a short distance. The disciple's progress in practicing the breathing method was much faster than he expected. Even if Shisui was a little slower than Obito, Miyu felt that Shisui could finish practicing before the end of this semester. Miyu couldn't say anything about Might Guy, because Might Guy only had 70 points of proficiency now. However, Obito and the others only started to increase rapidly after they started combat training. If Might Guy also made rapid progress in combat training, he might be able to catch up with Shisui and Obito. Next, Shisui and Kaya will have combat training. Miyu thought for a while and said, Might Guy has recently completed all the basic training. Miyu asked Obito to be Might Guy's opponent, thinking that the two of them were not much different in strength and could hone each other. But now Miyu feels that the breathing method still needs to fight against stronger enemies and bear greater pressure to make rapid progress. Hey, what about me? Obito pointed at himself and asked. He also wanted to use the fire breathing he learned to have a good time on Might Guy and experience the feeling of Shisui's undefeated record. Get familiar with the fire breathing. Miyu knocked on Obito's head and said. Although Might Guy has just started training, considering the difference between the fire breathing and the rock breathing, Miyu directly entered the third stage, that is, Shisui can use all abilities except the Sharingan, and Might Guy can also go all out. After all, Might Guy's rock breathing is purely to provide physical strength, and Might Guy doesn't know any ninjutsu. If the same rules are maintained as before, it will purely limit Shisui's strength. Shisui, please teach me more. Might Guy gave Shisui a thumbs up and said with fighting spirit, "Shisui is Muyu's youngest disciple, but he is the strongest." In Might Guy's eyes, Shisui is an absolute genius, and Might Guy likes to challenge geniuses the most. "Please give me more advice." Shisui nodded in reply. "Let's start the fight," Muyu announced. As soon as Muyu finished speaking, Might Guy immediately changed his breathing rhythm and rushed out, kicking out the physical technique he was best at. Konoha Whirlwind. The extremely fast whirlwind kick kicked towards Shisui. Shisui had not fought with Might Guy since the end of the summer special training, and he was not sure of Might Guy's specific strength, so he chose to make a tentative attack first and also use the Konoha Whirlwind kick. The powerful force made the two retreat several steps each, and Shisui retreated much more. What a great power! Shisui was a little surprised. At this time, the power that Might Guy burst out was even greater than that after Obito entered the full concentration breathing state. "I can't fight Kai head-on with physical skills," Shisui thought to himself. Without using the full concentration breathing method, Shisui had such a terrifying strength. He could imagine how much the rock breathing would enhance his body. It was unwise to compete with Might Guy in physical skills by playing to his weaknesses and avoiding his strengths. Boom! Sensing the danger, Shisui shaved away from the spot. The next moment, the tree where he was directly kicked by Might Guy and broke and fell to the ground. The strength of the physical skills displayed by Might Guy did not make Shisui panic. This level alone could not make him fail in front of Muyu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Shisui quickly formed a seal and sprayed a huge fireball towards Might Guy. At the same time, he used Shuriken to predict some dodge space for Might Guy, and finally used the body flash technique to dodge towards the unblocked place. Might Guy did not expect Shisui to think so much in the time of a ninjutsu. After he dodged, Shisui sprayed flames with a palm and waved it towards Might Guy. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. Might Guy had no choice but to use full concentration breathing to strengthen his body. The rock breathing training, which greatly improves physical ability, can also make the body's defense stronger. If Muyu opened the pattern, Shisui's small flame would not be able to break the defense, but Might Guy had not yet entered the breathing method, so he could only reduce the damage he suffered. The high temperature of the flame still made Might Guy feel uncomfortable. His physical ability was strengthened again, and Might Guy directly burst out chakra and kicked Shisui quickly. Shisui also considered that the rock breathing would have a strong effect on strengthening the body when fully concentrated, and he had no intention of pursuing the victory. After a palm strike, he directly left with the body flashing technique, making Might Guy's attack miss again. "It's really strong," Shisui thought to himself as he looked at the ground where Might Guy kicked a small hole. The following battle made Might Guy feel extremely frustrated for a while, except for the beginning. He didn't even touch Shisui once. "Got you." Just when Might Guy tried his best to use the second full concentration breathing to hit Shisui, his foot suddenly passed through Shisui's body. Illusion? Might Guy was stunned. At this moment, a kunai with flames flew past Might Guy. "It's over," Shisui said. He could have thrown it directly at Might Guy when he was under the illusion, but he was not an enemy, so there was no need. "What a youthful battle." Might Guy admitted his defeat and laughed as he praised Shisui. Now Shisui has no rivals among his peers. Even Kakashi, who is 2 years older than him, is not Shisui's opponent. Muyu judged in his heart. Even if Kakashi had more chakra, Muyu didn't think Kakashi would be Shisui's opponent. If Shisui didn't use the Sharingan, the two might be evenly matched, because Kakashi had more combat experience. Once he used the Sharingan, Kakashi would never be Shisui's opponent. Muyu felt that Shisui was being slowly trained to be a boss by him. If it was the original Shisui, he would not have such strength at this age. The early activation of the Sharingan increased his mental ability, and there was also the breathing method to train his body. Shisui would become more and more exaggerated in the future. "You are all very good. Take a break and continue to train." Muyu smiled warmly. "Let the disciples take a rest." Muyu also began to think about how to raise Might Guy's trust level on his birthday. Today is December 10th, and there are only 21 days left until Might Guy's birthday. Based on observing the expressions and actions of the students, Muyu confirmed that when he helped Shisui celebrate his birthday, other disciples should have also gained some trust, so now Might Guy's trust should be much higher than Shisui's before his birthday. However, Muyu didn't know what the level of this hint was. The trust level could not be identified, and there was no way to see the increase. Muyu could only speculate based on the student's performance. To be on the safe side, Muyu tried to do her best to raise Might Guy's emotions as much as possible, and broke through to the 4th level of trust in one breath. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. However, Might Guy's side is more difficult. Unlike Shisui, who has long been an orphan, although Might Guy has no mother, he has been brought up by his father, and has a good relationship with his father, and does not lack fatherly love. As for giving away ninja tools, Might Guy rarely uses them, so there is not much significance. Besides, Shisui had just given one away, and the second disciple still seemed a bit perfunctory. In fact, Muyu had been planning for a big explosion a long time ago. But Might Guy really couldn't think of a good way. Maybe we can start with Kai's father. Muyu suddenly thought of something, and felt that her previous ideas were too narrow. To improve the trust level of disciples, it may not be necessary to focus on the disciples themselves, but to expand them. There is still more than half a month left, so Muyu is not in a hurry to make a final plan. In the afternoon, because it was Sunday, Muyu went to Asuma's house as a tutor. Teacher Muyu, how is your wind escape learning going? Asuma asked curiously during the break. Although I didn't become the wind escape genius you expected, it doesn't seem to be too bad, Muyu responded with a smile. Wind escape big breakthrough. Muyu quickly formed a seal to perform wind escape, and blew a strong wind towards the tree. Wow! Under the strong wind, the tree was bent by the wind, and the leaves kept making noises. It's still much worse than fire and water. Looking at the slightly bent tree, Muyu sighed. In order to create a persona for herself, Muyu made sufficient preparations. Not only did she borrow a lot of information about wind style in the library, she also went to Minato to ask for advice. Looking like a beginner in wind style, it's already very strong. Teacher Muyu, you've only been learning for more than a month. Asuma felt that his wind style was saved. You also have to work hard to practice fire style. Don't wait until I finish learning wind style before you have fully mastered the training content. Muyu touched Asuma's head and said with a smile, I'm sure you won't. I feel that my fire style has become much stronger recently. Asuma said that he would not disappoint Muyu's expectations. After sending Asuma home, Muyu found Sarutobi Hiruzen smoking in the classroom again. Sandame-sama, Muyu greeted him. The training is completed. Thank you for your hard work. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. When Muyu was about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered something and called Muyu. Muyu, have you decided on the candidates for the internship program? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Not long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen finalized the internship program after Muyu's revision and selected Muyu as the person in charge. Well, it's done. The grouping and the instructor have been determined. Muyu nodded and said, there were only 10 days left before the ninja school holiday, and he certainly couldn't drag it to the last minute. There should be 2 people, Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, on the list. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to ask. Yes, they were the top 2 in the last 4th-year exam of the ninja school. Muyu replied. Then I'll trouble you this time. Muyu, please modify the list. Remove 1 person or add 2 more. I have a ninja who has graduated and needs your help to teach. Please arrange him to be in the same group with Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, and you will be the instructor. Sarutobi Hiruzen said his arrangement. Looking at Muyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered Kakashi, who currently had no team to join. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want Kakashi to continue to degenerate like this. Obito and Might Guy were the few people Kakashi cared about now, and Muyu was an excellent teacher who was considered by Sarutobi Hiruzen to be very capable of teaching. 1 month of vacation plus 3 months of internship in the 3rd semester was a total of 4 months. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect Kakashi to completely get out of the shadow in these 4 months, but at least not like now. Is it inappropriate for a student who has already graduated to participate in the internship? Miyu listened to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and had a rough guess about the person who was about to be inserted. It was a pleasant surprise to have the opportunity to become Kakashi's instructor, but Miyu had to act first. It's true in common sense, but it's also a helpless move. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and told Miyu about Kakashi's experience, from graduating quickly to becoming a super genius who attracted everyone's attention as a chunin to now even finding a mentor is difficult. So it's the child of Lord Whitefang? Miyu showed a surprised and regretful expression, as if she was worried about Kakashi. Sandame-sama, don't worry, I will leave Kakashi to me. I will definitely try my best to help him get out of the shadows and regain his life, Miyu said seriously. Sama Whitefang is a ninja that I respect very much. I will never let his child live in the shadows forever, Miyu continued. I feel relieved with your words, Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. It was an unexpected gain that Miyu was still a fan of Whitefang. After returning, Miyu modified the internship plan. Originally, he wanted to group Nohara Rin, Obito, and Might Guy. Since the Sandai wanted to insert Kakashi, Miyu directly excluded Nohara Rin from the internship plan. It is better to follow his shadow clones to study for 4 months than to follow those chunin teachers to do tasks. Chapter 153 Preparations for the Explosion. Okay, is your family free today? I want to go to your house for a home visit, Miyu said to Might Guy after training. Ah. What home visit? Might Guy scratched his head in confusion. Ninja school does not have the habit of holding parent meetings, nor does it have the concept of home visits, so Might Guy does not quite understand what Miyu means. You can understand that I will visit your house later. After all, this is the first time I know of a practitioner of the 8 gates of Dunjia other than me, Miyu said with a smile. That's no problem, it's very convenient. Might Guy nodded and replied with a happy face. Might Guy is naturally very welcome to Miyu's visit to his home. After all, Miyu has helped him so much, and Might Guy is really grateful to Miyu. Whether it is the first grade in the ninja school or defeating the ninja who said bad things about his father, he can have such strength, and Miyu's careful teaching is inseparable. It can be said that without Miyu, he would not have his current achievements. Then teacher, I will run back and talk to my father first, and ask him to cook more meals. Might Guy thought for a while and said, Might Guy's cooking time is not fixed. Sometimes Might Guy has already finished cooking when he returns, and sometimes he hasn't started yet. It's okay, let's go back together. I can buy some vegetables on the way, Miyu said in a gentle voice. Although Miyu originally had no intention of eating, Might Guy said that Miyu was not going to refuse Might Guy's kindness. Eating together would also make it easier for him to plan in the future. Teacher Miyu, since you're a guest, how can I trouble you to buy vegetables? Might Guy shook his head, feeling that this was not good. Just think of it as the teacher being picky about food. Miyu touched Might Guy's head and said with a smile. Might Guy still felt that this was not good, but he couldn't argue with Miyu, and was finally persuaded by Miyu. In the end, Might Guy led the way and took Miyu to his home. On the way, he bought some vegetables at the nearest market. I'm back, Might Guy said as he pushed open the door. "K, welcome home. Did you burn your youth to exercise today?" Might Guy responded enthusiastically while washing vegetables. "Of course, today is also a day of boiling youth," Might Guy replied subconsciously. When he remembered that Miyu was also here, Might Guy quickly said, "Dad, don't be busy yet. There are guests at home." "Oh, there are guests." Might Guy stopped and walked towards the door. "Dad, this is Teacher Miyu, a teacher at the ninja school. He teaches very well. Because of his outstanding teaching ability, he has been promoted to a special jonin." Might Guy introduced Miyu. Because of Miyu's previous request, Might Guy did not reveal too much information, but just said what everyone knew. A special jonin? He must be a very good ninja. Might Guy showed his big white teeth and gave a thumbs up. "Hello, Senior Dai." Miyu smiled, and Might Guy introduced Might Guy to him on the way. Might Guy's impression of Miyu immediately increased. Although he was much older than Miyu, as a special jonin, did not need to call him a genin as a senior. "Dad, These are the vegetables that teacher Miyu bought when he came. Might Guy handed the bought vegetables to Might Guy. Why do we need customers to buy vegetables? Might Guy thought this was inappropriate. Haha, I saw a store offering a discount on the street, and I couldn't help but buy it. I'm really sorry if it caused you trouble, Miyu said apologetically. If it's a discount, then there's really nothing we can do. When a product is discounted, anyone can't help but be tempted. Might Guy touched his chin and showed an understanding look. Might Guy scratched his head. Miyu and he were not together when buying vegetables. He didn't know whether it was a discount or Miyu said it specifically for Might Guy to accept it with confidence. Then Miyu didn't force him to help with cooking and washing vegetables. It's not good for customers to be too enthusiastic. They should be moderate. During the meal, Miyu took the initiative to start a topic and said with a smile, Akai works very hard in school. Although his foundation was not good at the beginning, he has gradually made efforts since the first semester of the 4th grade. Now there is basically only one opponent in the 4th grade. This is youth. Might Guy hugged Might Guy and cried. He was proud of Might Guy. Although his grades were not good at the beginning, Might Guy never gave up his efforts. Might Day, who watched his son grow from the last to the first, was really moved. Dad, are you still eating? Might Guy reminded. Eat more. Burning youth also needs energy to support it, Might Day encouraged. Senior Dai, can I see your 8 gates of Dunjia? I also practiced this forbidden technique, Miyu said after finishing the meal. Teacher Miyu, how did you know? And you actually practiced this forbidden technique? Might Day said with some surprise. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Dad, I told teacher Miyu, Might Guy said, in addition to taking my class at the ninja school, Akai is actually my disciple, so he once told me about learning the 8 gates of Dunjia. Miyu said simply. Exposing the master-disciple relationship with Might Guy to Might Day was the result of Miyu's careful consideration. First of all, Might Guy is a very reliable and low-key person. Although he has mastered the forbidden technique of 8 gates, he is also honest as his 10,000-year-old genin. There is no need to worry about leaking this relationship to Might Guy. Then, telling this relationship can improve Might Guy's favorability, which is convenient for continuing the next Might Guy trust level improvement plan. Teacher Miyu, it's not. Might Guy was a little surprised. He just wanted to help Miyu explain, but he didn't expect Miyu to say something that he had forbidden. Miyu strictly forbade his disciples to tell others about their relationship. It's okay. After all, he is your father, Kai, Miyu explained gently. Might Guy felt Miyu's trust, and thought in his heart that he must remind his father not to tell this matter later. Kai's teacher. So that's it. Might Guy figured out some things that he hadn't figured out before. Might Guy is very clear about his son's strength. In the first semester of the 4th grade, Might Guy's strength suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. Since Might Guy didn't tell him, Might Guy just thought it was the result of his accumulated experience. But if there was a teacher teaching him, it would be much more reasonable. Thank you very much, and I'm really sorry to trouble you, Teacher Miyu. Might Guy bowed solemnly to Miyu. He felt a little guilty towards Might Guy. As a father, he could only teach Might Guy the extremely dangerous forbidden technique of the 8 gates ninjutsu. He couldn't teach him any other ninjutsu or taijutsu because he didn't know any of them himself. I'm stuck today. There's only one chapter left. Chapter 154 6 Gate Mighty. Since you, Teacher Miyu, have requested, I cannot refuse. Might Guy took Miyu and Might Guy to the place where he was training. Teacher Miyu, what do you want to see? Do you want me to show you the effect after opening the gate? Might Guy asked after arriving at the place. Well, if possible, I want to fight with the senior in the 6 gate state, Miyu said. For people with average physique, the 3 gates are the last safe zone, and for people like Might Guy who have practiced the 8 gates for more than 20 years, as long as they don't open it for too long, the 6 gates are not a big problem. Okay, then open to the 6th gate. Might Guy nodded and agreed. Open the injury gate. Open the Jin gate. Might Guy quickly opened the 8 gates to the 6th Jin gate. Every time he opened a gate, Might Guy's aura became stronger. When he opened the 6th gate, Might Guy was shrouded in green energy. The aura alone made Might Guy feel unable to move. Through the Byakugan, Muyu saw that the chakra in Might Guy's body was growing step by step. Teacher Muyu, don't you use the 8 gates? Might Guy asked. He thought Muyu was going to have a duel of the 8 gates with him. I have mastered other physical skills. Senior Dai, just feel free to attack, Muyu said. He estimated that Might Guy in the 6 gates state was at most at the level of an elite jonin. Then you have to be careful, Teacher Muyu, Might Guy reminded, and then rushed out and punched Muyu. Muyu maintained the rock-breathing state for 24 hours, and his speed and strength were greatly enhanced. Coupled with the strong insight of the white eyes, he slightly turned his body and easily avoided Might Guy's attack. Haha, it seems that this will be a battle full of youth. Might Guy saw that Muyu actually dodged so easily, and decided not to hold back. Just now, he didn't know what Muyu's true level was, and was worried about hurting Muyu, so he didn't attack with all his strength. Next time, I will be faster. After Might Guy reminded, he disappeared from the spot and kicked towards Muyu. Rock breathing, breathe with full concentration. Muyu took a deep breath based on the Qingzong method, and once again strengthened his strength and speed, and suddenly punched. Bang! Exclamation mark! A huge collision sounded, and the aftermath of the collision between the two's legs and fists directly overwhelmed the surrounding trees, causing Might Guy to retreat uncontrollably. Both are so fast and strong. Might Guy stared at the battlefield intently. He was learning the 8 gates of ninjutsu and the breathing method. Both the 6th gate displayed by Might Guy and Muyu's breathing method showed a power that surprised Might Guy. After the collision, Might Guy retreated 1 meter and Muyu retreated 3 meters. It's still too short to acquire the breathing method, and my body is a little worse, Muyu thought to himself. Open the door. Open. Muyu also opened the 8 gates of ninjutsu, but only opened the 1st gate. Then the two began to fight again. Muyu's physical ability was enhanced again after opening the 8 gates of ninjutsu. Even if Might Guy fully activated the power of the 6 gates, he could only be on par with Muyu. Open. Then Muyu opened the 2nd gate again, further increasing his strength. Konoha whirlwind. Muyu kicked out a whirlwind kick at Might Guy at high speed, and Might Guy burst out all his strength to meet it. Boom! Exclamation mark! An explosion sounded, and the powerful energy impact caused cracks to appear on the ground where the two stood, and mud and rocks were blown away in all directions. This time Muyu retreated half a step, and Might Guy retreated 3 meters. If it's pure physical skills, without opening the stripes, the 8 gates of the ninjutsu plus the breathing method plus the white eyes will have the strength to defeat the elite jonin, Muyu calculated in his mind. Not counting those master-level ninjutsu, he still has a lot of unused abilities, and he can also switch breathing methods in battle. If he switches to the thunder breathing, Might Guy with the 6 gates can't even touch him, and the transparent world is useless to him. Muyu feels that he is currently in an awkward state. He is not durable enough to fight those shadows, but he can kill jonin at will. Senior Dai, let's stop here. Muyu took the initiative to stop. After all, it is the 6th gate of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, so it is better to keep it open for a shorter time if it is not necessary. Hearing Muyu's words, Might Guy cancelled the 8 gates of the ninjutsu, closed the open gates, and the green energy on his body dissipated. So strong. Just opening 2 gates is stronger than my 6 gates. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and praised. He was very happy to see Muyu unexpectedly strong, because Muyu was Might Guy's teacher. Might Guy was really happy that his son had such a strong teacher. Having an excellent teacher can help him avoid many detours in cultivation. Senior, you are also very strong. In fact, I have heard some bad comments about you, Senior Dai, Muyu suddenly said. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Haha, it's something like a 10,000-year-old genin. Teacher Muyu, you don't have to care. I don't care about these comments. Might Guy laughed naturally. Before I met you, Senior Dai, I thought they were talking nonsense. Senior Dai, you can teach a hard-working child like Kai. How could it be like what they said? Now that I have fought with you, Senior Dai, I am more convinced of my thoughts. With your strength, You are more than enough to become a jonin under normal circumstances. Muyu continued. It's not their fault. Before I successfully practiced the 8 gates, I was indeed just a useless genin, Might Dai explained. The reason why he became a 10,000-year genin is because he only practiced the 8 gates for more than 20 years. And the 8 gates takes a lot of time to learn, which caused Might Dai to be very weak for a long time and was a drag on any team. After Might Dai learned the 8 gates, he was already a notorious 10,000-year genin. The only tasks he could do were catching cats, picking up garbage and moving things, and he had to beg the client to accept them. No one was willing to team up with him, no one believed in his ability, and he had no chance to show his ability. Senior, you have such strength but you are just a genin. It's really a loss for Konoha. Muyu sighed. Haha, catching cats is also maintaining the stability of Konoha. Might Guy was in a good mood. He felt that it didn't matter what happened to him, as long as Might Guy could realize his dream. Dad, Teacher Muyu, you are both so strong. Might Guy was still recalling the fight between the two. After the fight, Muyu left after chatting with Might Guy and his son for a while. He came here today mainly for 2 purposes. One was to pave the way for the plan to improve the trust level, and the other was to see his own strength. Muyu was quite satisfied with the result. Just using ordinary breathing methods and the 8 gates had the strength to surpass Might Guy's 6 gates. Now only the top few people in Konoha can bring him danger. That's it for today, and I will strive to reach 10,000 per day tomorrow. Chapter 155 Obito's Regret. The final exam will be held next week. You can review at home during the weekend. Muyu reminded after the last class on Friday. There will be no classes next week. There will be exams from Monday to Wednesday and then we will have a holiday. It's another holiday. What are you going to do during the holiday? Hiking, picnic. I hope I can do well in the exam. If I get 90 points in theory and 30 points in practical, I can have a comfortable holiday. Speaking of the final exam, the students in the classroom began to discuss it. Teacher Muyu, will we have special training during this holiday? Is it confirmed? Gang Ziti asked. He was not worried that he would not be in the top 8. He had the advantage of participating in a special training and he did not slack off in his usual training. It has been confirmed. There will be special training at the end of this semester. It will start on the 3rd day after the exam results are released. The school will notify the selected students in advance. Muyu said. The internship plan does not affect the development of holiday special training. Both will be carried out together. Are you still going to teach, Teacher Muyu? Shen Uchiha asked the question he was most concerned about. If the teacher in charge is not Muyu, then his expectations will be lowered. After all, other teachers may not be able to teach as well as Muyu. I'm not in charge of the holiday special training this time. I have other things to do. Muyu replied, but don't worry. There will be 3 teachers teaching together this time. The school still attaches great importance to this. Sarutobi Hiruzen considered that the teaching ability of other teachers would not be as good as Muyu, so he arranged 2 more teachers to teach together, and chose teachers with more outstanding performance. Then I won't be able to see you, Teacher Muyu, for a long time. Hongdu was a little disappointed. If I have time, I will also go to see the special training situation, Muyu said with a smile. Complete the lecture, evaluation, B. Chakra, 20. After class, Muyu talked to the disciples about the interns. This holiday, Obito and Akai will not participate in the special training. They will experience the work of ninjas in advance as interns. Muyu said. Intern ninja? Experience ninja work in advance? Obito and Might Guy noticed that the focus was not in the same place. Teacher Muyu, to experience ninja work in advance, is it to complete commission tasks? Might Guy asked. Yes, Muyu nodded. But because I am an apprentice ninja, I can only accept commission tasks of lower levels, Muyu said. Then will I get commission money for completing tasks like a formal ninja? Might Guy asked excitedly. If that is the case, Might Guy thinks it is great, so that he can also subsidize his family expenses in advance through his own efforts. The commission money is the same as for formal ninjas, Muyu replied with a smile. Is it just me and Kai? What about Zealand and Shisui? Obito thought for a while and asked. Intern ninja is a matter for 4th-year students. Shisui is a 1st-year student. so he can't participate. Intern Ninja 4th year students are also selected to participate. Other students still have normal special training. Zealand was not selected. Miyu continued to answer. So that's the case. It's really a pity, Obito said with regret. As an apprentice ninja, getting familiar with ninja work in advance, Obito feels that this is a good thing. Not only can he make money, but he can also become an excellent ninja faster in the future. It's a bit of a pity, but there's nothing you can do if you're not selected. I'll ask you to share your experience of working as a ninja, Nohara-rin said with a smile. Nohara-rin, who was not selected, did feel a little regretful, but not much. Even without this internship, she would graduate and become a ninja in a few months. Leave it to me, I will definitely tell you the mission process and feelings at that time. Obito patted his chest and said, then I'll trouble you, Obito. Nohara-rin smiled gently. The allocation of interns this time is similar to that of official ninjas. 3 students in a class are paired with 1 instructor. You and Kai are in the same class, Miyu continued. Hearing Miyu say this, Obito felt even more regretful. It would be great if he was in the same class with Nohara-rin, doing missions together every day. Nohara-rin would definitely be able to understand his extraordinary qualities more deeply. Teacher Miyu, if there are 3 people in a class, who is the other person? Obito asked curiously. You'll know when the time comes. It's someone you know, Miyu said with a smile. I know him. Akaya Tetsuka? Or Shire Anui Genma? Obito asked several names, but Miyu shook her head and denied. He scratched his head and didn't ask again. It was too broad to define the scope based on people he knew. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. It's okay if it's not Kakashi, Obito thought to himself. He felt that this was completely impossible. Kakashi had graduated for several years. How could he still come to participate in the internship at the ninja school? Remember to review well after you go back. There are final exams before the internship, Miyu reminded. Ah, I almost forgot the exam. The damn shadow clone asked him to review and ignored me, Obito wailed. Although it is said that the shadow clone will be painful after being used for learning, the pain of the shadow clone is only a moment, while learning by oneself is continuous pain. Keep working hard, even if the actual combat results are improved. You can't give up the theory, Nohara-rin encouraged softly. The next morning, Miyu got up early and went to the South Forest to teach students. Obito was familiar with the changes in the nature of breathing training, while Might Guy and Shisui were doing combat training, and Nohara-rin was practicing medical ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix Chloride. Obito made a seal with his left hand, and held 4 kunai in his right hand. With just 1 seal, he completed the release of the ninjutsu. The 4 kunai burning with flames blew small pits on the ground. Finally, I won't make mistakes anymore. I can use ninjutsu with 1 hand. Obito was very happy. Konoha tornado, Konoha great tornado, Konoha strong tornado. Might Guy, who used his full power of rock breathing, wanted to disrupt Shisui's rhythm with violent attacks. Under Might Guy's powerful force, big trees kept falling down, and there were constant rumbling sounds, but Shisui remained calm, constantly using the body flickering technique to dodge and wait for Might Guy to reveal a flaw. Looking at the messy forest, Miyu felt that he had to let them find an open place to fight in the future, otherwise the trees would become more and more sparse. Miyu used the appraisal to check the progress of the 2 people's breathing method. Shisui has reached 97, and he is only 3 points away from the final proficiency. Might Guy has reached 82, and he is still 18 points away from proficiency. Obito should still win this time, Miyu speculated in his heart. If Obito is not so reckless, it will be difficult for Might Guy to win with his current breathing method progress. However, no matter who wins, it will be about the same. The theoretical results are too average, and they are destined not to get perfect results. First, post a small chapter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Nohara Lin's amazing performance. On Monday, after Obito finished washing up, he created a shadow clone and quickly said, "Go to school quickly, or you'll be late." Haha. You want to trick me into taking the exam while you're lazy. Do you think I don't know that today is the final exam? The shadow clone sneered. As Obito, he didn't need to think for a second to guess what the original was thinking. Anyway, you go to school normally, so I'll leave the theory exam to you. Seeing that he couldn't fool him, Obito made his attitude clear. Going to school is to give face to teacher Miyu, so don't even think about taking the exam. The shadow clone also made his attitude clear, saying that it was impossible to do the test paper. If I take the exam, both of us will suffer, but if you take the exam, only one person will suffer. The shadow clone analyzed with reason. Obito felt convinced in an instant, as if that was the case. Obito had to dissolve the shadow clone, and then said depressedly, "Damn Senjuto Bairama, this shadow clone is not useful at all." The clone's exam plan failed, and Obito had to eat breakfast and go to school to take the exam. On the way, Obito also met a few first-year juniors who he had some impression of, because they were students in Miyu's class and had participated in summer special training together. Obito remembered some of them. "Good morning, Obito-senpai." Gangzi Tetsu, Kamatsuki Izumo, and Hongdu greeted Obito. "Good morning to you too." Obito smiled and greeted. "I see that you don't seem very happy, Obito-senpai. Did something happen?" Kamatsuki Izumo asked. "Is it because of today's exam?" Gangzi Tetsu guessed. "That's right. I'm not very good at theoretical exams." Obito nodded and said, "Hey, Obito-senpai, you're not good at theory either." "Me too." Hongdu looked like she had found a confidant. "Those theoretical knowledge are so difficult to remember. It's normal that you're not good at it." Obito seemed to see his own shadow in Hongdu, and felt a sense of familiarity. "We are actually." Gangzi Tetsu and Kamatsuki Izumo wanted to blend in. "Don't be fooled by these two idiots, Obito-senpai. They have very good theoretical scores. They got full marks in the last exam and 98 and 97 in the last exam." Anko exposed their lies without mercy. "Full marks? Are you geniuses?" Obito was shocked. That thing could actually get full marks. Shouldn't the limit of human beings be 60 points? No, I just reviewed a little more during normal times." Gangzi said honestly. "Only a true genius like Shisui is a true genius. They are so abominable. They bully me because I have a low theoretical score all day long," Anko said with her hands on her hips and puffed up her cheeks. "Obito-senpai, how many points do you usually get in the exam?" "It should be above 80, Anko asked. She thought Obito would not be as bad as her and could only get 78. How many points do you usually get in the exam?" Obito felt that this poor student confidant was not right. His shadow and intimacy disappeared instantly. "Don't laugh at me, Obito-senpai. My grades are terrible, and they are still declining. The first time, I only got 80 points, and the last time, I even dropped to 78 points. Hongdu sighed. There are not many people in Miyu's class who have such low scores, so Hongdu thinks that no matter how low her score is, it will not be below 78 points. "I think I saw an acquaintance in front of me. Let's talk about it later." After listening to it, Obito glanced around and immediately trotted forward. "Okay, wait for me." Obito really didn't want to stay with Hongdu and the others for a moment. If he stayed for a second longer, he would feel that a kunai would pierce his heart. 80 points is a bad score. If he studied more, he would get a full score. After hearing this, Obito almost had the illusion that the exam was easy. If he hadn't scored more than 70 points, he would have believed it. "I only got 20 points in the first exam." Obito compared the initial score and roared silently in his heart. If he got 80 points, he would have to stick the test paper on his clothes to let everyone know. Another morning full of youth. Might Guy gave Obito a thumbs up and smiled enthusiastically. "Okay, are you confident about this exam?" Obito asked, seeing Might Guy in such a good state. "Yes, today is the exam." Might Guy's thumbs up instantly drooped weakly, and the smile on his face froze. Seeing Might Guy like this, Obito was relieved and smiled with relief. This is right, the juniors in the first grade are completely abnormal. Although Miyu did not participate in the invigilation on the first day of the theoretical exam, she also wandered around the examination room several times. On the second day of the theoretical exam, Miyu went to the examination room of Class 2, Grade 4, which was the class of Obito and Nohara-rin. Miyu mainly came to check Nohara-rin's performance in the practical exam. Among Miyu's disciples, Nohara-rin's strength is the weakest, and she is far behind Might Guy and Obito. Even some students in the class are not opponents. Now that Miyu has taught Nohara-rin super strength skills and strengthened her physical skills, he feels that Nohara-rin should be able to perform better and should not lose to anyone other than Might Guy and Obito. Nohara-rin became Miyu's disciple during the summer special training period, and it has been almost 5 months now. Teacher Miyu, Weta Ai greeted Miyu. She was in charge of the invigilation of Class 2 of Grade 4 this time. Director Miyu, the other invigilator, was not that familiar with Miyu, so Miyu's position was added. Miyu smiled and nodded in response. I'll take a look at the students I'm in charge of during the holiday. Miyu, you have also been selected as the intern instructor. Weta Ai asked curiously. This is not a secret among teachers, and almost everyone knows it. Yeah, Miyu nodded. Which students are you in charge of? They should be Might Guy, Obito and the others, right? Weta Ai speculated. After all, Miyu has strong teaching ability, and Weta Ai feels that the school will definitely arrange the best students for Miyu to lead. For Class 2, it's the two of them, Miyu replied. Exam number 1, Nohara-rin, and exam number 2, Akaya Tetsuka, are ready to take the exam, the invigilator announced. When the exam started, Weta Ai picked up the score sheet, stopped chatting with Miyu, and prepared to score seriously. Nohara-rin is unlucky this time. If she hadn't met Tetsuka, she might have been in the top 4. The students in Class 2 began to discuss. Since the last special training, Nohara-rin has also performed very well in the class. In the last exam, except for Obito and Might Guy, who were in the top 2 without a break, only Akaya Tetsuka could beat Nohara-rin, so they thought that this time should be similar. After all, Tetsuka was in Group A at the beginning of the special training, and Nohara-rin seemed to be promoted to Group A at the end. Most students were more optimistic about Akaya Tetsuka, thinking that Akaya Tetsuka was stronger than many students who participated in the Great Actual Combat, but a class could only send 2 people, and Might Guy and Obito were too strong. Lin, you have to restrain yourself later. Don't beat that guy to death with one punch, Obito said with an exaggerated look on his face. He didn't think that Akaya Tetsuka could beat Nohara-rin. It's not as exaggerated as what you said, Obito. Nohara-rin felt that her image in Obito's heart seemed to be a little different. Obito smiled and didn't answer, then waved his fist to cheer Nohara-rin up and said, "Come on, Zealin." Nohara-rin smiled gently and walked to the battleground to make the seal of opposition and wait for the battle to begin. Akaya Tetsuka also quickly walked into the field and took a stance, but he didn't take this battle seriously, but was thinking about how much gap there was between him and Obito Might Guy. I don't know how Akaya Obito trained, but I feel that the harder I work, the bigger the gap is. Thinking of the battle between him and Uchiha Obito in the last exam, Akaya Tetsuka was a little depressed. The battle begins. Seeing that both of them had taken their positions, the invigilator announced, the error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. As soon as the invigilator finished speaking, Nohara-rin disappeared from Akaya Tetsuka's sight with a whoosh and appeared beside him. What a fast instant body technique! Akaya Tetsuka's pupils shrank suddenly, and he was very surprised. But what surprised Akaya Tetsuka even more was Nohara-rin's physical technique. Akaya Tetsuka was careless and had no time to dodge, so he could only raise his arm to block Nohara-rin's weak little fist. Bang! Exclamation mark with a loud bang. Akaya Tetsuka was directly hit by Nohara-rin's punch and flew backwards and hit the ground hard, splashing a cloud of dust. Feeling the severe pain from his arm, Akaya Tetsuka was stunned. looking at Nohara Rin's slender arm with a face full of question marks. If he was fighting Might Guy, Akayatiyo would not be surprised, but he was fighting Nohara Rin, and he didn't expect Nohara Rin's physical technique to become so strong. Akayatiyo wanted to make a seal and release the ninjutsu with pain, but the injury to his arm slowed him down, and soon Nohara Rin rushed up again, forcing Akayatiyo to fight with Nohara Rin. But how could Akayatiyo, who was already in poor condition, be a match for Nohara Rin? He was knocked to the ground by Nohara Rin in 2 moves. The students watching were silent, and even Obito had a cold sweat on his forehead when he saw Akayatiyo being beaten back and forth. Is Nohara Rin's physical skills so strong? The students watching were dumbfounded. It was completely different from what they thought. Akayatiyo not only did not win, but even lost without much resistance, and lost miserably. Nohara Rin wins, the invigilator announced after finishing the scoring. Teacher, quickly have someone take me to the infirmary. Akayatiyo, who was lying down, felt that he was going to die. You guys continue to invigilate, I'll take him to the infirmary. Muyu raised his glasses and smiled. He came here mainly to see Nohara Rin's performance, and he could come when the second round of battle came. Muyu carried Akayatiyo on his back and sent him to the infirmary of the ninja school for treatment. Thank you, Teacher Muyu. Akayatiyo, who had recovered, thanked Muyu. Nothing, as a teacher, this is what I should do. Muyu replied in a gentle voice. Teacher Muyu, am I the kind of person who has no talent? Akayatiyo suddenly asked. Akayatiyo was a little autistic because he was defeated by Nohara Rin in the first round today. Although he was careless at the beginning, after reflection, Akayatiyo knew that he was not careless and just lost slowly. He accepted the loss to Uchiha Obito. As a fellow Uchiha, Obito might have exploded his potential. He also accepted the loss to Might Guy. After all, Might Guy worked so hard that he was a little abnormal. He really didn't expect to lose to Nohara Rin. Although Nohara Rin had good theoretical grades, she was always mediocre in actual combat. She was the type that Akayatiyo didn't even bother to remember her name. From being the first in the class at the beginning to being defeated by Nohara Rin cleanly now, Akayatiyo's confidence was beaten out. How could that be? The fact that you were assigned to group A at the beginning of the special training means that you are ahead of many people. Don't deny yourself because of a temporary failure. You have been defeated before, but haven't you defeated them before? Believe in yourself. Muyu, who was about to leave, turned around and comforted him. After Muyu said this, Akayatiyo felt much more comfortable. Indeed, Obito and the others were only 2 semesters stronger than him, while he was 3 years stronger than them. You should have a good rest. I have something else to do. Muyu smiled and turned to leave, heading for the training ground where the practical test was held. Muyu felt that if there were levels for chicken soup, he should also have a level close to mastery. He almost said it subconsciously just now. The first round of battle was the longest. Muyu did not rush to the examination room of Class 2 of Grade 4, but went back to his class to watch for a while. Muyu's class was still the same as before. Shisui was the strongest and unshakable. As long as Hongdu did not meet Shisui in advance, she would basically be the second, while Shinryu Izumo and Gangtsaitai were in the 3rd tier. The remaining students were not weak, but the first few had surpassed the current grade. Director Muyu, the average level of students in your class is too high. If you randomly pick a few students and go to other first-year classes, they will definitely be among the top 4 or top 2, the invigilator praised. Every teacher who came to invigilate the first-year class would be shocked by the average level of the first-year class. It is normal to have a few genius students. Konoha has never lacked genius ninjas, but if the whole class is at an excellent level, this situation is very exaggerated. It is impossible for a class to be full of little geniuses. Muyu said a few humble words and then had an idea. What would happen if he and the 3rd generation suggested to modify the grade practical combat rules, from 2 people in a class to the whole grade competing for practical combat scores? At that time, there would be a total of 16 people in the grade practical combat, and maybe 12 students would be in Muyu's class. After the first round, it would basically be a civil war in Muyu's class. However, this does not mean much to Muyu. It can only make his class look very strong and awesome, and the system will not give more rewards. In fact, the comparison of the average scores of the actual combat of each class can show the strength of his class. In the last exam, the average score of the actual combat of Muyu's class was twice that of other classes. When the first round of Muyu's class was almost over, Muyu went to the examination room of Class 2 of Grade 4. Noharalin was the first candidate and she was the first to start the second round. Chapter 157 Study Obito. Candidate number 1 Nohara-rin and candidate number 3 Might Guy, prepare for the exam, the invigilator announced. Muyu knew that Nohara-rin's practical exam was over as soon as she heard it. Nohara-rin was okay when she met Obito, but she would definitely be crushed mercilessly when she met Might Guy. Nohara-rin now relies entirely on physical skills to fight against the enemy, while Might Guy is best at physical skills, so there is no chance of fighting. It seems that Nohara-rin defeated Uchiha so easily, so there is no chance that she will beat Might Guy. Now that you say that, it is really possible. Might Guy also rose suddenly like this before, and maybe Nohara-rin will do the same this time. It may be because Nohara-rin's last battle was too clean and neat, which made the students of Class 4 have great expectations for her. Lin, come on. Obito didn't say much. He knew the difference in strength between the two. Yeah, Nohara-rin nodded and walked into the venue. Okay, you must show all your strength. I want to see the gap between us. Nohara-rin said seriously. Burning Youth should go all out in every battle. Might Guy gave Nohara-rin a thumbs up before making the seal of opposition. The battle begins. Just when Nohara-rin wanted to replicate the last battle, she suddenly found that Might Guy was already rushing towards her, and Might Guy's speed was faster than her. Konoha whirlwind. Might Guy kicked Nohara-rin with a whirlwind kick at high speed. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Nohara-rin used the shaving limit to avoid Might Guy's kick. But before Nohara-rin could figure out how to attack next, Might Guy instantly flashed in front of Nohara-rin and punched her. Nohara-rin had to compress the chakra in her hand, and then quickly punched. Bang! Exclamation mark. The airflow generated by the huge force of the two people collided together and blew up Nohara-rin's brown short hair. The next moment, Nohara-rin couldn't hold on and retreated several meters in a row. The power is so great, I'm no match. Nohara-rin felt the numb arm and judged. She was very surprised in her heart. She didn't expect Might Guy's pure physical strength to be so exaggerated. Even with the strongest power of Nohara-rin, she was unable to fight against Might Guy, who used the breathing method, which had already established her defeat. Then Might Guy attacked with all his strength as he said, and a series of swift attacks beat Nohara-rin without any chance to fight back. Might Guy actually suppressed her like this. The students watching from the audience looked depressed. They thought that Nohara-rin could break the situation where Obito and Might Guy monopolized the top two, but they didn't expect that they were no match at all. This made them fall into deep thought, whether Uchiha was not as strong as they imagined, or Might Guy was even stronger than they expected. Might Guy wins. When Nohara-rin lost her ability to fight, the invigilator announced Might Guy's victory. Lin, are you okay? Obito quickly helped Nohara-rin off the field and asked with concern. Nothing happened, but Uchiha is really strong. It seems that I still have a long way to go before you. Nohara-rin replied. If you keep going like this, you will definitely catch up, Obito encouraged. He believed that Nohara-rin would catch up with them sooner or later under Muyu's guidance. After all, he and Might Guy were not very strong at the beginning. What a pity. If it was in other classes, this strength would definitely be able to enter the grade practical combat. Weta Ai gave Nohara-rin a high score and said regretfully. In her opinion, with the two big mountains of Might Guy and Uchiha Obito, other people would have no chance at all. I don't know what kind of luck this guy Uchiha has, why there are so many excellent students in the class. Weta Ai complained in her heart. She didn't think that the strength of Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara-rin was the credit of Uchiha. If Uchiha had this level, he would have won the title of excellent teacher long ago. How could he be like this? She just thought that Uchiha was lucky to take over a class with great potential. When the class practical combat on the second day was about to end, Might Guy and Obito finally met in the last battle. Okay, I'm sorry, I will accept this victory, and I will avenge Zealand. Obito was full of confidence. Through the previous battles, and watching Might Guy and Shisui fight, Obito is sure that his strength has surpassed Might Guy by a lot. Haha, come on, let's burn our youth together. Might Guy is full of fighting spirit. The battle begins. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing. Might Guy instantly changed his breathing rhythm, directly entered the full concentration breathing state, improved his whole body ability, and rushed directly towards Obito. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito also changed his breathing rhythm directly, dodged backwards, made hand seals, and sprayed a huge fireball in front of him. Although the great fireball is a sea-level fire style, it is really powerful. Might Guy did not dare to take it head-on and dodged to the back and side. Seeing Might Guy so cautious, Obito shook his head regretfully. If Might Guy dared to rush up from the side aggressively, he would immediately use the Balsam Claw Red. Obito immediately replaced the kunai with shuriken and shot at the running Might Guy. However, under Might Guy's full strength, Obito's shuriken did not hit a single one, and all of them were shot in vain. In the first round of the battle, both sides consumed some chakra and physical strength, and the two sides were temporarily evenly matched. Because they had been training together for a long time, they knew each other's intelligence and were careful of each other. Might Guy used the extremely fast fire style to defend against Obito's fire breathing, and Obito defended against the powerful force of Might Guy's rock breathing. After a stalemate of 1 minute, Might Guy felt that he had caught Obito's flaw and burst forward instantly. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Obito quickly completed the one-hand seal and quickly threw out the flaming kunai. Might Guy had expected it, dodged it at high speed, and then fiercely kicked Obito with a whirlwind kick. Just when Might Guy thought he was going to win, Might Guy saw Obito and smiled. Flame breathing, concentrate on breathing. Obito steadily caught Might Guy's fast kick, and then a large amount of flame spurted out of his palm. Although his legs were blessed with chakra and his body was strengthened by the breathing method, Might Guy still felt the pain brought by the high temperature. Why did Obito's strength and speed suddenly become stronger again? Might Guy was puzzled. Obito shouldn't have been able to catch it just now. At this time, Obito was extremely proud. After he really got started, he realized that the full concentration breathing before was not concentrated enough. The full concentration breathing after getting started was the real full concentration breathing, and the improvement was much greater than before. The big improvement was also very terrifying for the consumption of physical strength and chakra. After getting started, he couldn't use the full concentration breathing for the second time after using it once. He had already exhausted all his strength to maintain normal breathing. Although the bonus became larger, from Obito's perspective on the battle between Might Guy and Shisui, when he got started with full concentration breathing, he was at most equal to Might Guy in terms of strength and couldn't suppress him. At most, he was equal in strength, but the consumption was even greater. His experience and physical skills was not as good as Might Guy, so Obito didn't think about using breathing to beat Might Guy in physical skills. But he could rely on the power of full concentration breathing to catch Might Guy off guard. Just now, Obito deliberately exposed a flaw to make Might Guy anxious to attack him. Taking advantage of his weakness, Obito launched a merciless fire attack. Might Guy used his rock breathing to the extreme but could not withstand Obito's attack and soon lost the battle. Miyu nodded, which was within his expectations. After all, Obito's breathing method was so much ahead of Might Guy. There was only one result of losing to Might Guy, that is, Obito wasted himself and Might Guy performed beyond his normal level. Akaya Obito won, the invigilator announced. Finally got the first place in the class. Obito couldn't help but punch in celebration. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. It's strange to say that he has won the first place in the grade 1s, but this is the first time he has won the first place in the class. Obito just felt that it was not easy for him. He would suffer a little when fighting with Might Guy, because the power of fire release ninjutsu is very strong, and if he is not careful, something will happen. He will feel a little restrained when fighting. Tomorrow's battle will also be won steadily like this, and get double first place, Obito said secretly in his heart. He also had an advantage in the last exam, but he was too careless during the class actual battle and was defeated by Might Guy, which led to the embarrassing situation that the first in the grade did not get the first in the class. This time, Obito decided to fight calmly like Shisui, and never be careless even if he had the advantage in strength, and win the battle steadily. Obito, you played very well this time, very powerful, Nohara Rin praised seriously. Hehe, Zealand, you will become like me sooner or later. Obito smiled with a slight blush on his face. You really played very well, and did not waste the breathing method you learned first, Miyu praised with a smile. Obito felt that the world was so beautiful, and he was praised by both Nohara Rin and Miyu at the same time. Is there anything happier in the world than this? After the exam, Miyu took all the disciples back to the South Forest, first helped Might Guy to heal, and then began to teach Obito a new ninjutsu. The next thing I'm going to teach you is the dust hiding technique, which has a good effect whether you retreat or launch an attack, Miyu introduced to Obito. Obito has mastered 4 offensive fire escape techniques, so Miyu chose to teach him a functional fire escape technique. Fire escape technique, dust hiding technique. Miyu concentrated her chakra on her throat and spit out high-temperature flames and hot dust in front of her. Since there were big trees nearby, Miyu controlled the power of the ninjutsu and did not create too much flame, mainly dust. Obito instantly lost Miyu's vision, and he could not see anything under the thick dust. After giving Obito a simple demonstration, Miyu cancelled the ninjutsu. But what if I can't see anything when using this ninjutsu? Obito scratched his head and asked. There are 2 options. One is to use it only for retreat and run away after use, and the second is to undergo special training so that you can identify the location by sound and launch a surprise attack in the thick dust, Miyu said. Obito decided to learn it first, as this ninjutsu looked quite powerful. You taught your disciple the fire escape technique, dust hiding technique, and because your disciple was very grateful for the reward of critical hit, you obtained the ninjutsu fire escape technique, great flame technique, experienced level. It was a small hit, but the reward was a bit average. Miyu couldn't use this ninjutsu in a normal situation, because this fire escape technique is the secret technique of the Sarutobi clan, and it is a fire escape technique that only the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan can master. On the 3rd day, Miyu chose the 4th grade venue for the grade practice. There was nothing good to see in the 1st grade. Shisui was completely killed, and Red Ben was also very stable as long as she didn't meet Shisui. In the 4th grade, Obito still had a chance to fail. After all, he was Obito. On the 3rd day, Obito and Might Guy met in the 4-2-2. I don't know if Obito learned from the previous lessons. Even though he won yesterday, he didn't take it lightly. He won the battle steadily and defeated Might Guy again. This time Obito must be the first again. The onlookers thought that this game was the finals that started early, because the winner of the other 4-2 battle was Hyuga Kamen, who was easily defeated by Might Guy in the previous exam. As many students expected, Obito beat Hyuga Kamen very easily, and the intensity of the battle was not as intense as the 4-2. Now Obito doesn't need to use too many ninjutsu to fight against Hyuga Kamen. He just needs to use a huge fireball to force him to move and then use the breath of flame to rush forward. Hyuga Kamen can't resist at all. The first place in the final exam is Uchiha Obito. The invigilator announced Obito's victory and also announced that the final exam was completely over. After the exam, it is naturally a holiday for the students, but the 4th-year students cannot enjoy too long a holiday. They have to participate in special training or internship after 4 days of rest. Miyu also decided to give Obito, Might Guy, Nohara Rin and others a short vacation to let them rest for a few days. Obito and Kai, remember to gather at the training ground I mentioned next Monday. During this period, everyone can have a good rest. Miyu announced that everyone will be on vacation. We will start doing the commission tasks on Monday. Obito was a little excited. Today is only Wednesday. There is so much rest time. Nohara Rin, who has been practicing every day since becoming Miyu's disciple, feels that the holidays are so long these days. Hot-blooded youth should practice every day. Might Guy is not going to rest. He will go to the South Forest to practice as usual tomorrow. Teacher Muyu, will you still be in the forest these days? Shisui asked. Well, if any of you can't stay idle, you can come to me. Muyu smiled gently. I feel that there are still some things I don't understand about the breathing method. I'll trouble you, Teacher Muyu, when the time comes. Shisui said. Students' holidays are equivalent to teachers' holidays. Shisui felt that he was taking up Muyu's vacation, so he used the word trouble. It is the teacher's duty to answer students' questions. If there is no trouble, there is no trouble. If you have any questions, you must ask me in time. Muyu smiled warmly. For a teacher, the improvement of students' strength is the most gratifying thing. Shisui and Might Guy both have to continue training, which makes Obito a little embarrassed. If he doesn't come, doesn't it mean that he is the laziest among Muyu's disciples? Obito, are you going to share the good news of your victory with Kakashi tonight? In order to cope with the next ninja life, it is indeed necessary to practice more, Obito said with a serious face. The limit is 10,000 a day, and I ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 158. Kakashi is about to join the team. On Friday morning, Muyu went to the ninja school. Today was the day for the results. He had to hand out the students' test papers, and then there were some meetings to be held. Muyu was in a good mood today. Not long after he woke up, he received the exam reward. Disciple Uchiha Shisui worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the academic assessment, and received rewards. Chakra plus 300, Ninjutsu Proficiency Scroll. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the academic assessment, and received rewards. Chakra plus 250. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and achieved good results in the academic assessment, and received rewards. Chakra plus 200. He increased 750 points of chakra in one go, and was one step closer to his goal of 50,000 chakras. Name, Hanyu Muyu. Chakra, 30,500. Now Muyu's chakra has reached the level of 12.2 kappa. Muyu was quite satisfied with this, because Obito and Might Guy's training tasks had not been settled yet, and this increase in speed was also thanks to Shisui's chakra leap after opening the Sharingan. This semester, he has made a huge improvement. From the end of the special training to now, his chakra has increased by nearly 15,000. You should know that from the first day of the special training last semester to the end of the special training, he only increased by about 10,000 points. The time is more than 1 month less, but the amount of chakra increase is much greater. There are many reasons for the increase, such as giving up ninjutsu as a reward for class, and using all chakra. The natural growth rate of the body's chakra has become faster, and the disciples have begun to grow. Muyu feels that this increase should be able to maintain for a semester. Although Shisui's chakra growth rate is recovering from the surge, it is still much faster than before he had the Sharingan, and Obito and Might Guy's strength is also constantly improving. It should be possible to try to complete it before graduation. If the increase can be stabilized, Muyu has the hope of achieving his goal of 20 small cards, that is, 50,000 chakras. When Obito graduates, even if it does not reach 50,000, it will not be much different. Teacher Muyu, I have made great progress this time. I got 83 points on the test. Can I get the reward? Hongdu started to report the good news to Muyu after entering the classroom. An improvement of 5 points is considered a big improvement, right? Muyu knocked on Hongdu's head. Hee, this is the best theoretical score I've ever gotten. Hongdu laughed. Take it and eat it. Muyu handed Hongdu a dumpling and said, in fact, no matter how well or badly the exam was done, Muyu would give students some food. Spending a little money could gain a lot of goodwill, and Muyu felt that this was a good deal. The first meeting was a summary meeting, and then there were awards for outstanding teachers and the like. Muyu's outstanding teachers were naturally unshakable. His first-year class was already a fairy class in the eyes of other teachers. After the general meeting, there was a small meeting, and only teachers in important positions would attend. The small meeting mainly discussed the next teaching work, summer special training and interns, as well as the issue of large class pilot. The average theoretical score of the 4 classes led by teacher Kangs in this final exam rose by 3 points. In terms of theory alone, The effect of large and small classes is almost the same, a teacher said after reading the information. There are 8 classes in the first grade. Miyu teaches 4 and Konoha teaches 4. Because Miyu's personal ability is too strong, the results of the classes taught by Miyu are not compared. After the discussion, the teachers thought that the large class could be extended to other grades. When Miyu was about to leave after the meeting, he learned that the third generation had summoned him, so he went to the principal's office. Although the principal's office has been empty for a long time, someone has been cleaning it regularly. When Miyu went in, he found that it was still the same as the first time he came. The third generation did not sit in the office chair, but sat on the tea table not far from the door. Miyu, you are here, come and sit. Sarutobi Hiruzen took off the pipe in his mouth and said with a smile, Sandame-sama, Miyu did a good job on the surface, and then sat on the chair beside him according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. I thought that Miyu, you could be as outstanding as the first semester every semester, but I didn't expect that Miyu could continue to surprise me. The actual combat results of your first year class have made a big breakthrough again, and the strength is far beyond other classes of the same year, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It seems that I still underestimated your ability, Miyu. If this continues, the benchmark of class 1 will not be other classes of the same year, but classes of higher grades. The main reason is that the students are also very cooperative, Miyu said simply and modestly. Excessive modesty will lead to being underestimated, but his achievements are really here, and his modesty will only make people feel that he is humble. Miyu, do you have any ninjutsu you want to learn? Any ninjutsu or sealing technique of any attribute is fine, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, stroking his mustache. Miyu's position cannot be promoted for the time being, because Sarutobi Hiruzen is already preparing to promote Miyu to the position of deputy monitor of the teacher class next semester. If he is promoted again, he can only be the monitor of the teacher class, but this monitor is a senior graduate of the first batch of graduates of the ninja school, and he also made some contributions in the Second Ninja World War. If Miyu wants to take him down, his current performance is far from enough. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. If the position cannot be promoted, then the only reward is ninjutsu, so Sarutobi Hiruzen let Miyu choose for herself. I want to learn the sealing technique, Miyu thought for a while and said. He has not yet learned the sealing technique through the system, so it would be nice if Sarutobi is willing to teach it. No problem. I will have someone send it to your home in a few days. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. This was within his expectations, and it was more difficult to learn than ordinary ninjutsu sealing techniques. Please take care of Kakashi's matter, Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said at last. He couldn't bear to see a ninja genius like Kakashi continue to sink. I will try my best, Miyu said seriously. If someone with S potential is sent to him, he must grasp Kakashi. He has been waiting for this opportunity to keep the fourth disciple position. Although there are many geniuses in the ninja world, according to his system, it is definitely better to accept disciples as early as possible, because those who have already grown up cannot maximize the benefits. 8-year-old Kakashi is very suitable. Shisui is actually a little young. If it weren't for the existence of the Sharingan, Miyu would have to spend a lot of time waiting for Shisui to develop. It was Monday, when Kakashi was thinking whether to hang out in the village or read novels at home. He suddenly remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen had found him another team. Training ground number 22. Kakashi went to the training ground while recalling what Sarutobi Hiruzen had said to him. New team. Kakashi remembered the face of the former instructor in the Hokage's office. He hoped that the instructor and teammates this time would be more mature. There were too many bugs in the bedroom. I killed a lot of them today. Since the computer is in the bedroom, there may not be many updates today. Chapter 159 Konoha Classic Project. I'm really looking forward to the life of a ninja. Obito got up early, washed up, and walked towards the meeting place. Agreed with Miyu. Who will be the other teammate? Will it be Lin? Teacher Miyu lied to us to give us a surprise? Obito couldn't help but have delusions. Uncle Shauyashi, give me a pancake. Obito quickly ran to the pancake shop to buy breakfast. After buying it, Obito ate quickly while walking towards the training ground. After studying in the ninja school for so many years, Obito was very excited to finally have the opportunity to experience the life of a ninja. "Grandma, do you need help?" Obito suddenly noticed an old man who needed help. Obito ate the pancake very quickly and threw the garbage into the trash can and stepped forward to help. Today is also a very meaningful day. After helping the second old man, Obito smiled and said, "Wait, we still have to gather." Obito suddenly remembered that today was the day for the internship gathering, so he ran towards the training ground. He was glad that he got up early today, and even if he wasted some time on the road, he should not be too late. After entering the training ground, Obito heard two familiar voices and saw two familiar figures. "As expected of my best friend and nemesis, we can meet by chance in so many training grounds." "No, I'm not here for training, I'm here to find the team." "Want to have a competition of youth and passion? Let's have a speed contest." "No, I have something to do today." "Hey, Kakashi, why are you here?" Obito couldn't help but rush forward to ask after seeing Kakashi. He had a very bad premonition in his heart. Could Kakashi be another teammate? It shouldn't be. Kakashi has graduated for several years and has become a chunin long ago. How could he be interning with us? He must have just happened to meet him during training. Obito comforted himself. Hearing Obito's voice, Kakashi turned and looked at Obito with some doubts in his heart. It would be fine if he happened to meet Might Guy. But why was Obito here too? I should be the one asking this. "Don't you have to go to school at this time?" Kakashi said lightly. What an idiot. The ninja school was closed last week. Obito seized the opportunity to scold him. "Sorry, after all, I have graduated for so long, and I am not as sensitive to time as you. Think about it, it has been a long time. It has been 3 years, and you are still studying in the ninja school." Kakashi mocked. Obito was speechless. Every time he talked about this, he would fall into a disadvantage. He couldn't refute it at all, because these were all facts. "I don't have time to waste time with you today," Kakashi said, and prepared to look for it somewhere else. He didn't have the habit of being late like Obito. "You must be Hotai Kakashi." Muyu appeared next to Kakashi and asked, "So fast?" Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. He didn't even notice when Muyu appeared, and didn't sense any breath. After coming to his senses, Kakashi nodded and said, "I am. Are you Captain Hanyu?" Sarutobi Hiruzen told Kakashi that the name of the instructor of the team he was going to was Hanyu Muyu. Looking at Muyu's face, Kakashi recalled some memories. He seemed to have seen Muyu once before, perhaps during the junior ninjutsu competition. "Yes, I am." Muyu smiled and nodded. "Captain?" Obito's bad feeling reached its peak. "Yes, Kakashi is your next teammate," Muyu announced directly. "No, that's totally wrong." Obito couldn't hold it anymore. He never thought that the person Muyu was talking about was actually Kakashi. He did know him, but Kakashi shouldn't be here anyway. "Obito, do you have any questions?" Muyu asked. "Kakashi has graduated for a long time and is now a chunin. Why did he join our internship team?" Obito asked, scratching his hair. He was thinking that it couldn't be anyone else who could be Kakashi, but it turned out to be Kakashi. "Internship?" Kakashi also showed a puzzled look on his face. He originally thought that meeting Obito and Might Guy was a coincidence, but it turned out that they were his next teammates. "There are some special reasons, but in the next few months, Kakashi will be your teammate. There is no doubt about that," Muyu replied. "Obito and Kai have not graduated yet, but the ninja school held an internship activity to allow outstanding students to get started with ninja work faster in the future." Muyu then answered Kakashi's question and explained to Kakashi about the internship ninja. The error-free version is available at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel. Kakashi felt that he was tricked by Sarutobi Hiruzen in an instant. What the hell is it to throw him with the ninja school students directly? Did I become careless after taking a break for a while? I didn't even notice the teacher of the ninja school approaching me. Kakashi reflected. "Everyone, please introduce yourself. Although you are an intern ninja, you are still a ninja. which is different from before. Let's start with me. My name is Hanyu Muyu. What I like is teaching and watching students become stronger little by little. My hobbies are calligraphy and I like cooking related to eggs, Muyu said with a warm smile. As expected of Mr. Muyu, Might Guy gave Muyu a thumbs up and said, I'm Might Guy. What I like is training. My dream is to become the strongest physical ninja in the world. I want to let everyone know that even if you don't know ninjutsu and illusion, you can still become a strong person. Might Guy shouted with blood boiling. It really sounds like something he would say. Kakashi complained in his heart. Only Might Guy could say that he could become a strong person without relying on ninjutsu and illusion. I'm Uchiha Obito. What I like is helping people in need. What I hate is doing homework. My dream is to become a Hokage who surpasses all the previous Hokage, Obito also said quickly. Kakashi saw that everyone else had finished introducing themselves, and he had to say something, so he thought about it and said, I'm Hotai Kakashi. I don't want to say what I like or hate. I don't have any interests or dreams. Didn't you say anything except your name? Obito couldn't help but complain. Kakashi ignored Obito's words and looked at Muyu with a calm face. You can't force such personal things. Let's start our first training. Muyu took out 3 small bells and said, in the next day, as long as you grab my bells, you will be considered successful. Those who fail can only solve their own dinner at night, and can't eat my special dishes. Boring. Kakashi didn't think so. What kind of punishment is this? That's it for today. I will update more tomorrow. I feel much better after killing insects. Chapter 160, Respective Countermeasures. Okay, now you can use any method to snatch the bell from me before the sun sets, Muyu said, and then she hung the bell on her waist and sat against a tree, looking like she was taking a rest. Although Muyu was full of flaws at the moment, none of the 3 of them took action immediately. Obito and Might Guy had been taught by Muyu for a long time and knew how terrifying Muyu's strength was, especially Might Guy, who had seen the battle between Muyu and Six-Gate Might Guy. The speed and strength were not something he could touch now. Kakashi was already an experienced ninja, so he didn't plan to test Muyu's strength himself. He wanted to wait for Obito and Might Guy to take action before taking the opportunity to snatch the bell. What should I do? It's so difficult to snatch something from Teacher Muyu. Obito scratched his head, and couldn't think of how to snatch the bell from Muyu for a while. Might Guy, who liked to be straightforward, nodded and said, I feel like I can't snatch it if I rush up directly. Rushing up directly at Muyu's speed was like giving it away. Do you know the information about Captain Hanyu? Kakashi thought for a moment and asked, if we can know the information about Muyu, it will be very helpful in the battle. Of course I know, because Muyu teacher is. Obito suddenly remembered something and paused. What is it? Kakashi saw that Obito stopped talking halfway and asked, he is our summer special training teacher. Obito's mind quickly turned and supplemented. Muyu teacher has a high level of chakra control. He is very good at treading water and climbing trees, and his body flash technique is also very fast. Kakashi was speechless. The only useful information in the whole call was that his body flash technique was very fast. It seems that I was not careless just now, Kakashi thought to himself. He speculated that Muyu might be a speed-type ninja. Kakashi thought for a while and had already determined the countermeasures for snatching the bell. Speed-type ninjas have low tolerance for mistakes, and the opponent is a teacher in the ninja school. It has been a long time since he had a real battle. In this regard, he has a great advantage after just experiencing a brutal battle. After thinking about it, Kakashi felt that he had a great advantage. It's definitely not possible to fight alone, but we just need to grab the bell. We can choose to use traps to distract Muyu teacher's attention. Obito thought for a while and said, he had experienced the effects of traps when he was learning shaving. Once he let down his guard, he was either hung on a tree or beaten away or fell into a pit. Might Guy nodded. Whether Obito's method was good or not was not discussed for the time being, but he really couldn't think of any method. Hey, Kakashi, don't you come and set traps together? Obito looked at Kakashi who looked like he had nothing to do with it and couldn't help but feel a little angry. Don't go shopping and cry secretly when the time comes. Your imagination is quite rich, but I don't believe in your trap-making skills. I can do things like grabbing bells by myself, Kakashi said calmly. Making traps is a basic operation for ninjas. If the battle venue can be confirmed in advance, setting traps is a must. Kakashi is also prepared to set some traps, but he is not prepared to join Obito and the others. After watching the traps set by Obito and his friends, Kakashi could only say that the students of the ninja school were just so good at making traps. They were all traps that were not very threatening and easy to dodge. Kakashi felt that with Obito's trap level, there was not much difference between setting them and going straight in. After all, the teacher would usually let them go in the training of grabbing bells. With Obito's strength, he might be able to grab them if he was lucky. Kakashi, I won't share my food with you even if you beg me. After setting the traps, Obito wiped the sweat from his head and said to Kakashi, there is a store on the streets of Konoha, where you can buy food. Kakashi said as if he was giving a retard a science lesson. Also, I won't lose. Before Obito got angry, Kakashi disappeared in front of him. Kakashi didn't know whether Miyu's special dishes were delicious. For him, grabbing bells was just a task assigned by Miyu, and he was just trying to complete the task. Okay, let's do this. You should be faster and lead Teacher Miyu to the trap area. Under my fire escape and traps, Teacher Miyu will definitely not have much energy to pay attention to you. Then you can take the opportunity to grab the bell, Obito said excitedly. He has been training with Miyu for so long, and has fought with Shisui and Might Guy quite a few times, but this is the first time he has fought with Miyu. Obito wants to get Miyu's recognition. In the past, he was a student, but this time is different. This time he is a ninja, and an inter-ninja is also a ninja. Leave it to me, my youth is already burning. Might Guy smiled with his big white teeth, and his blood was boiling. Worried that he would be killed instantly by Miyu if he was too close, Might Guy stood 20 meters away and threw several shurikens at Miyu. Miyu, who originally looked like she was resting with her eyes closed, opened her eyes instantly and dodged the shurikens that were attacking. Finally ready, Miyu said after simply moving his limbs, and then rushed towards Might Guy. After throwing the shuriken, Might Guy turned around and ran towards the trap area. He looked back and saw Miyu catching up, and he started to run faster with rock breathing. The purpose was just to train students, so Miyu certainly didn't use all his strength to catch Might Guy directly. He controlled his speed and hung behind Might Guy. Obito, who had been ready to go, saw the two people coming and took out his kunai to cut the ropes that bound the big wood. A huge wood hit Miyu, and Might Guy was ready to dodge directly. Whoosh! Just when the wood was about to hit, Miyu flashed and appeared on the tree next to him, avoiding the attack of the trap. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and used ninjutsu on Miyu. A huge fireball 4 meters high hit Miyu. Success. Obito couldn't help but punch to celebrate. He was not far away from Miyu. At this distance, Miyu didn't have much time to dodge or use ninjutsu to offset the great fireball, and Might Guy was still watching him closely. Water style, water wall. Miyu quickly gathered chakra and formed a seal, and a water wall quickly rose. Rock breathing, concentrate on breathing. Might Guy took this opportunity to use the breathing method to rush up. Just when Might Guy was about to grab the bell, he found that his hand could not move. He looked up and saw that his hand had been grabbed by Miyu. What a fast reaction speed! Might Guy was very surprised. The trap fire style and his surprise attack happened in an instant, and Miyu actually took them all smoothly. Bang! Might Guy was thrown by Miyu and hit the tree. Fire style, Phoenix Chloride. In order to prevent Miyu from continuing to attack Might Guy, Obito used the fire style ninjutsu again. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. In order to ensure the power, Obito did not use the one-handed one seal version, but the ordinary version of Phoenix Chloride. A large number of shurikens smashed towards Miyu like small fireballs. Miyu silently switched her breathing method from rock breathing to thunder breathing, and instantly disappeared from Obito's sight. So fast, where did she go? Obito looked around, trying to find Miyu, but unfortunately he couldn't find her at all. Damn, it would be great if I had a Sharingan. Obito was a little envious of Shisui, who opened the Sharingan at the age of 6. The next moment, Obito felt the strong wind coming from behind him, But when he had this feeling, he flew out and hit the big tree next to Might Guy. Might Guy quickly got up at this time, concentrated his breathing again and rushed towards Muyu. However, facing Muyu in the thunder-breathing state, Might Guy was destined to not even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. Bang! The next moment, Might Guy flew backwards to the big tree at a faster speed than he rushed over, and the big tree was shaken violently by the impact. Might Guy's experienced Obito, who was originally prepared to stand up despite the pain, sat down directly. It was unrealistic to grab the bell alone, so he should recover his chakra. After temporarily dealing with Might Guy and Obito, Muyu began to look for Kakashi. It's really fast, but at this position, there's a chance. Kakashi, who had been hiding in the dark and observing, saw Muyu approaching his trap and was ready to act. Swish, swish, swish. A large number of shurikens shot towards Muyu, and the dense shurikens forced Muyu to retreat to the back. Then Kakashi burst out and rushed out, pulling out the short blade behind him in the air and slashing at Muyu. Muyu reacted quickly and quickly took out the kunai to block the sharp blade. Kakashi's knife was very fast, and every move was aimed at Muyu's vitals, forcing Muyu to retreat a little distance again. Got it. Kakashi directly detonated the detonating tag he had prepared in advance. Muyu, who noticed something was wrong, quickly retreated to the side. Boom! Exclamation mark. The fiery red light suddenly bloomed, and a huge explosion sounded, creating a scorched earth with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Kakashi also seized the opportunity to grab the bell on Muyu's waist. The trap is good, but one person's strength is not enough. Muyu grabbed Kakashi's hand and said, "What a fast speed and reaction." Kakashi was shocked. He didn't feel much when Might Guy and Obito were beaten, but when he faced Muyu, he found that Muyu was ridiculously fast. Why don't you attack together when Obito and the others attack? It's easier to seize the opportunity if 3 people are together, because I think one person is enough. Kakashi replied, "Really? It seems that you are wrong." Muyu smiled slightly, and then Kakashi was also smashed by Muyu to the tree next to him. Puff! Kakashi, who was smashed to the tree, turned into white smoke and disappeared. Kakashi, who had been hiding in the dark and ready to go, seized the opportunity when Muyu attacked, and suddenly pulled out the white fang short blade and chopped at the bell on Muyu's waist. Sure enough, one person is enough, Kakashi thought in his mind. Chapter 161, Alliance. But something Kakashi didn't expect happened. Muyu in front of him also turned into white smoke and disappeared just like his shadow clone just now, and no bell fell. It's a shadow clone. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he immediately wanted to chop behind him, but when he had this idea, a cold kunai was pressed against his neck. When you use the shadow clone tactics, you should also think about whether the enemy uses the same tactics. Muyu appeared behind Kakashi and said, "After all, I am not in your sight all the time." Kakashi was silent. He had taught Obito not to be reckless before, and this time it was his turn to be taught. Hearing that Kakashi was criticized, Obito rushed to the scene and laughed at him. "The enemy has already disappeared in your eyes, and you actually rushed forward without careful observation. If Muyu teacher was the enemy, you would be dead," Obito said bluntly. Seeing that Kakashi also failed, Obito felt that the pain in his body was reduced a lot. It doesn't matter if he fails. It's better if Kakashi doesn't succeed either. At least I killed Captain Hanyu's shadow clone, which is better than you being beaten to the ground without even touching him. Kakashi couldn't help but fight back when he heard Obito using his words to describe him. Muyu smiled without saying anything. With the current Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy, if he didn't let them go, his shadow clones could easily take care of them. Because Kakashi was specially assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Muyu thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be so bored as to spend hours watching them fight for the bell, but for the sake of caution, he still didn't reveal too much of his strength to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from seeing anything with the telescope technique. He had sensed the surroundings in advance with the Byakugan and Perception Ninjutsu, and there was no Anbu monitoring. After all, Kakashi is not his son, so he shouldn't care about that. Muyu thought to himself, because I'm not facing a shadow clone at all. I held on for a while when I faced Muyu's real body, but you couldn't do it once Muyu's real body came out. Obito retorted, maybe the one who knocked you down at the beginning was also a shadow clone. Kakashi sneered, absolutely not. Obito firmly denied Kakashi's words. You said so, Kai. Obito saw Might Guy coming over and wanted to pull Might Guy into his camp. There's no point in discussing this. Everyone failed. Might Guy said, he felt that whether it was the shadow clone or the original body, they were all defeated and failed to grab the bell. So everyone was the same. Might Guy's words were unexpected by Obito. Might Guy simply didn't help anyone and became his own faction. It's good to summarize failure, but you should pay more attention to some of the things you didn't do well. Miyu stopped the argument of several people. It's still a while before the sun sets. You still have a chance. In fact, your strength is not weak among your peers. Why not try teamwork? The power generated by cooperation can make 1 + 1 greater than 2. Miyu reminded, the classic project of grabbing the bell is actually to test teamwork. As long as the instructor sees that the students are cooperating, they will let them go to a certain extent. How can 3 newly graduated genin grab the things of the jonin? Miyu started with this classic project in order to let Kakashi and Might Guy communicate more with Obito, so that Kakashi would realize that his teammates were no longer the same as before. Hearing Miyu's words, the more mature Kakashi basically understood what Miyu meant. He had been a chunin for more than 2 years and was very clear about all of this. It seems that we have to cooperate. In order to complete the task of grabbing the bell, Kakashi decided to cooperate reluctantly and complete the task first. On the other side, although Obito was very reluctant, he quickly adjusted himself in his heart and walked to Kakashi and said, Kakashi, now you should know whether you can do it alone. Let's work together. The 3 of us will work together. Let's burn our youth together. Might Guy also invited Kakashi. We can cooperate, but I must formulate the battle plan. Kakashi ignored Obito's previous words and said expressionlessly, why should you do it? Can't we discuss it together? Obito said unconvinced. Is it enough for me to have been a chunin for more than 2 years? Kakashi said lightly, your arrangement is too crude. If Captain Hanyu hadn't been serious, you wouldn't have had any chance at all. Kakashi directly used the ninja level to pressure others. Obito couldn't think of how to refute for a while. He only hated that he hadn't met Miyu earlier. Otherwise he would have been a chunin at least. However, it was impossible for Obito to be convinced by Kakashi, so Obito said, don't use your battle plan and still lose. Then let's talk about it after you lose. Kakashi replied calmly. If they still lose after doing this, Kakashi can only say that Miyu didn't intend to let them pass this training from the beginning. Then Kakashi instructed Obito and Might Guy to set up traps, and then explained the next battle plan to Obito and Might Guy in detail. I arranged for the shadow clone to keep an eye on Captain Hanyu in advance. The one sitting over there now is the shadow clone, and the real body has been hidden. I will arrange for the shadow clone to lead Captain Hanyu's shadow clone over later, and his real body will definitely follow. Then we will pay attention. Don't do unnecessary things, Kakashi reminded after explaining. Then Kakashi asked Obito and Might Guy to hide, and he also hid himself, and commanded the shadow clones to lure Miyu. When the shadow clone Miyu was lured to the trap area by the shadow clone Kakashi, shurikens from all directions shot towards the shadow clone Kakashi and the shadow clone Miyu. The shadow clone Kakashi knew his mission, and did not dodge and turned back to use the lightning ninjutsu to delay Miyu. In an instant, both shadow clones were stabbed and dissipated. What a good tactic. If it weren't for the shadow clones, it would be dangerous. Miyu whispered to Kakashi, who was observing the surroundings. God knows how surprised Kakashi was at this moment. Miyu actually touched his side quietly again. Kakashi used a flash body technique to go directly to the ground and opened up at distance from Miyu. Miyu's praise just now really scared Kakashi into a cold sweat. However, Miyu did not rush to attack. She jumped under the tree and continued to smile. This time it was very good. I learned from the last lesson. Although the situation was not good, Kakashi, who had faced a real life and death crisis, was still able to remain calm. He carefully observed Miyu and immediately shouted, read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. This is not the real body. But the shadow clone, "Don't come out yet," and continue to wait for the opportunity. He remembered that Muyu had been lying on the grass to rest. Even if he had removed the grass roots and dust, it would not be so clean that there was not even a little dust. The Muyu in front of him looked like she had changed into a completely new set of clothes. Then Kakashi stared at Muyu cautiously. Whether it was the real body or the shadow clone, Muyu was not easy to deal with. The speed was too fast. "Is it really okay to be alone? Have you forgotten how you failed not long ago?" Muyu continued to rush forward to Kakashi and punched him. Muyu's speed was very fast and his strength was not small. Even if Kakashi tried his best to deal with it, it was very difficult. He was soon hit by 2 punches and a kick, and looked very embarrassed. "If you come out now, you will fail. As long as they stay hidden, they still have a chance to snatch the bell," Kakashi retorted. "If they reveal the whereabouts of all the people in order to defeat the shadow clone, then the combination punches they had prepared will be completely useless. They have no chance of winning in a head-on battle. It would be better for him to hold back Muyu's shadow clone now, and let Might Guy and Obito continue to hide and look for Muyu's real body. There is still a chance of winning." Kakashi had a good idea in his mind, but holding back Muyu was a little harder than he thought. His rich combat experience and fast, accurate and ruthless swordsmanship were completely useless in front of Muyu. Muyu seemed to see through all his attacks. Kakashi didn't even touch the corner of Muyu's clothes, and he had endured countless attacks from Muyu. Muyu was much stronger than Kakashi imagined, so strong that Kakashi couldn't understand why a ninja of this level would be a teacher in a ninja school. With this strength, he would make a lot of money doing missions. Kakashi was getting more and more tired, and Muyu's offensive was getting more and more fierce. He was gradually unable to hold on. Even though there was more and more dust on his body, Kakashi still had no intention of asking Obito and Might Guy to come out. He still had the same idea. If he didn't come out, there was still a chance of success. If he came out, he would fail. For the mission, he could give up his teammates, and at the same time, he could give up himself. Not to mention that this was not even a real fight. Snap! Muyu seized Kakashi's flaw, knocked the short blade in Kakashi's hand away, and then punched Kakashi. Just when Kakashi was ready to be hit hard, a passionate voice rang out. "Konoha big tornado!" Might Guy came over at some point, and kicked Muyu with a tornado kick at a very fast speed, forcing Muyu back, allowing Kakashi to survive. The rescued Kakashi did not smile, but frowned and asked, "Didn't you say not to come out? If you expose your position now, there is no hope of success." "I don't understand what you said, but I know that I am not practicing for the sake of practicing. This power is to be used to protect the existence that I want to protect." Might Guy stared at Muyu and said, "Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu." Then a ferocious-looking fire dragon suddenly appeared, and flew straight towards Muyu. When Muyu tried to dodge, it also turned and rushed, successfully forcing Muyu back a distance. What a joke! If the victory is achieved by giving up a companion, Uchiha Obito, don't need it. Obito continued to shoot shuriken at Muyu and said. Seeing Obito also came out, Kakashi frowned even more. In his heart, this training was doomed to fail, but he would not give up directly. Since it has come to this, let's make a last effort. There will be more later. I will finish writing it today. Chapter 162. Too thin is not a good thing. Rock breathing. Breathe with all your concentration. Might Guy concentrated his breathing again and again, absorbing a large amount of oxygen while quickly condensing chakra, strengthening his body to the current extreme. Konoha Greeki whirlwind. Might Guy continued to attack Muyu. Boom! Exclamation mark. Muyu dodged Might Guy's attack, and the big tree behind him was directly kicked down by Might Guy, and the big tree pressed towards Muyu. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly formed a seal and performed a ninjutsu. A thick earth wall with a dog head in the middle rose from the side of Muyu, blocking one direction of Muyu's retreat. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. At the same time, Obito was not idle either. He immediately used the powerful and low-mana great fireball jutsu to block Muyu's retreat in another direction. Muyu was now being pressed down by a tree above him, and his way was blocked by an earth wall on the side. There was also a big fireball burning with fierce flames rushing towards him, and there was a might guy next to him, staring at him. Miyu held up the tree with one hand, switched the breathing method to the breath of fire, and then used a single-handed seal to release the ninjutsu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Miyu spit out a huge fireball up to 5 meters high and spit it in the direction of the incoming fireball. The two fireballs met, and the stronger fireball on Miyu's side directly engulfed Obito's fireball, and the remaining flames continued to rush towards Obito. One-handed seal release ninjutsu. Looking at Miyu's operation, Kakashi was shocked. He didn't expect that Miyu could release this level of fire style while holding up the tree with one hand. Might guy on the side immediately attacked Miyu while Miyu couldn't free his hands, and Kakashi, who reacted, also used the instant body technique to rush towards Miyu. Now he couldn't be sure whether this Miyu was a shadow clone or the real body. With this kind of performance, could it be a shadow clone? Obito also directly used the fire breath to dodge the incoming fireball and rushed straight to Miyu. Miyu pushed the tree in his hand towards Might Guy, instantly repelling him. Then he took out a kunai and started a fierce battle with Kakashi, who was holding a short blade. Obito, who was in a state of full concentration and breathing, turned into a flame maker and used the characteristics of his breath of fire to create flames to interfere with Miyu. Might Guy kept charging towards Miyu, attacking her with various high-speed whirlwind kicks. In the end, Kakashi took advantage of the gap between the two's attacks, sneaked into the ground, and took off the bell on Miyu's waist in one fell swoop. It's really the real body. Kakashi looked at the 3 bells in his hand and couldn't understand. Finally succeeded. Seeing Kakashi's sneak attack succeeded, Obito collapsed to the ground. It was okay when there were 3 people, but after facing 2 people for a while, Obito felt it was difficult to support, and he was exhausted. Might Guy also lay on the ground and took a deep breath to rest. He fought with Miyu in close combat throughout the whole process. If he hadn't made some progress when he rushed out to protect Kakashi just now, Might Guy might not have been able to hold on to the end. Kakashi was actually very tired. He was the first one to bear the pressure. Seeing that his teammates were resting, Kakashi also sat on the ground to rest. At dusk, the 3 disciples beside Miyu showed different ways of resting. Only Miyu stood. Very good. You completed the training through cooperation. Miyu also sat down and said with a smile. Although it was the result of his serious slacking, the cooperation of the 3 was really good, especially in the first wave. An ordinary Jonin might not be able to bear it. With Miyu's strength, if he didn't slack off, Obito and the others would have no chance to play. With the Byakugan plus the transparent world plus the perfect thunder breath, it would be strange if Miyu could be attacked by surprise. Captain Hanyu, did you change your clothes in the middle? Kakashi asked his inner doubts. Well, I went home in the middle and changed my dirty clothes by the way. Miyu nodded and replied. He went back to cook, so he took a shower and changed clothes by the way. Kakashi's mouth twitched. It turned out that he thought too much. Sometimes it is not a good thing to observe too much. Next is the time to replenish energy. Miyu stood up and quickly took the prepared food and distributed it to the 3 of them. Today we have grilled fish and tempura. Obito couldn't wait to open the lunchbox. Seeing the rich food inside, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Shouted, I'm starting to eat, and quickly started to eat. Only by replenishing energy and time can youth burn more fiercely. I'm starting to eat. Might Guy opened the lunchbox and smelled the fragrance and started to eat quickly. Kakashi felt a little strange watching Obito and Might Guy eating quickly as if they were worried that someone would come to grab it. It was indeed a bit tiring. But it shouldn't be like this. Kakashi opened the lunchbox in his hand and felt that Miyu might be quite skilled. The appearance and arrangement of the dishes themselves were very beautiful. Picking up a fried shrimp and putting it in his mouth, biting through the crispy skin, Kakashi instantly felt the locked juice bursting in his mouth. The crispy, tender and fresh tastes mixed together, giving Kakashi an unprecedented enjoyment. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. In a trance, Kakashi seemed to have gone to an underwater world, where there was no need for training or tasks. and he swam freely every day. Delicious, Kakashi said subconsciously. When Kakashi woke up, he quickly looked around and found that no one was using ninjutsu, and everyone was eating. Kakashi admitted that he underestimated Muyu's cooking skills. If he didn't eat such a level of food because of training failure, it would be a pity. Kakashi ate more and more delicious food, and finally ate faster and faster. While eating, suddenly the chopsticks didn't touch anything, and Kakashi realized that the lunchbox was empty, but he was still not satisfied. No regrets today. Obito smiled foolishly while lying on the ground. He got Muyu's praise and ate delicious food, except for the fact that Lin was not there. Today was perfect. Kakashi, you should thank me and Kai. If it weren't for us, you would have to go to the street to buy food today. Obito, who was full, began to look over the bill. It's obviously the real body, but you still say it's a shadow clone and ask us not to come out. I did make a mistake in judgment this time, but if that was really a shadow clone, your actions would only lead to the failure of the training, Kakashi said. He admitted that the shadow clone was indeed a mistake in judgment, and he was wrong, but he didn't think his decision was wrong. If this were a real mission, Obito and Might Guy would only cause the mission to fail completely and lose the chance of success. You are just being stubborn. What kind of ninja are you if you don't take action when your companions are in danger? After finally catching the opportunity, Obito attacked fiercely. No matter how many times I encounter this situation, I will only make this choice. Kakashi recalled the kick that Might Guy stepped forward, and surprisingly did not refute Obito immediately. You are disobeying orders. But Kakashi quickly found a point to attack Obito. Muyu did not stop it, watching all this with a smile, and only spoke when it was time to disperse. Tomorrow we will officially start the mission. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Commissioned Mission. Obito, you're late again. Kakashi looked at Obito who was running in a hurry and said unhappily, you should have gotten up earlier, instead of making everyone wait for you alone. I got up very early, but I was late just because an old lady asked for directions on the road. Obito defended, your reasons never change. Kakashi said speechlessly. Obito had been using this reason when he was still in school, because this is the fact. Obito said unconvinced. Kakashi, sometimes you have to trust your companions. I think Obito should really help the old lady, not make excuses for being late. Muyu said with a smile, are there really so many elderly people who need help? Kakashi was skeptical about this. Could it be that Obito's youth is to help the elderly? Might Guy showed a serious thinking expression. Why do you make doing good things sound so strange? Obito couldn't help but complain. He just went to help someone who needed help. Okay, since we have gathered, let's go to the Hokage building to take the mission together, Muyu said. Basically, all matters related to Konoha and ninjas have to go to the Hokage building. What mission will it be? Protect our princess, or defeat the leader of the enemy country? Obito looked at the tall Hokage building and couldn't help showing a longing look. What are you thinking about? How can an apprentice ninja like you who is not even a real ninja accept such a mission of this level? Kakashi ruthlessly broke Obito's fantasy. Genin can only accept D-level to C-level missions. You apprentice ninjas can only be Genin at most, and the ones you mentioned can only be S-level missions. Only Jonin will be allowed to accept such extremely difficult missions. Kakashi has been a ninja for several years and has long been familiar with Konoha's mission rules. According to his speculation, Obito and his friends probably can't even accept C-level missions, and can only do D-level missions. What will the D-level missions be? Obito asked. Catching cats and dogs, cleaning up garbage and taking care of children. Kakashi replied, isn't this just doing odd jobs? Obito was shocked. It was completely different from the ninja life he imagined. Bang! We have to do the mission step by step. Muyu knocked on Obito's forehead and said. Muyu also had some expectations in his heart, but he was not looking forward to doing the mission. He didn't yearn for the life of a ninja at all. He just looked forward to whether his disciples would be rewarded for completing the mission. Why didn't they bring forehead protectors? The ninja who registered the mission asked when he saw that Obito and Might Guy didn't have forehead protectors. Take out your internship certificate, Miyu said. Intern ninjas don't get forehead protectors, but they will be given an intern ninja certificate, which is equivalent to a temporary forehead protector. So you are an intern ninja. Then you can only take D-level missions. Choose from these. The registered ninja took out a scroll and spread it out for Miyu to choose. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already notified in advance that there would be a group of intern ninjas to do missions recently, and they could be regarded as newly graduated genin. Obito and Might Guy came over to find a lost pet cat, help take care of a 3-year-old child, clean up the garbage in the training ground. Obito found that they were all miscellaneous tasks. Kakashi didn't lie to him. Then let's do this to find a lost pet cat. Miyu glanced at it and said, among them, taking care of children takes a fixed time of 1 day, so this must be ruled out first, and the others are similar. I can get 5,000 taels for finding a cat. Might Guy was shocked when he saw the reward for finding a cat. He remembered that when his father didn't bargain, the meat was only 100 taels per catty, and 5,000 taels could buy 50 catties of meat. It's not 5,000 taels per person, it's 5,000 taels in total. In order to prevent Might Guy from misunderstanding, Miyu explained aloud, 5,000 taels is not a small amount if divided equally among 4 people, Might Guy said excitedly. Indeed, a bowl of ramen only costs 60 taels, and you can eat more than 20 bowls of ramen after finding a cat. Obito agreed. Although he felt underestimated by doing odd jobs, he felt that the reward for the task was still okay. Seeing that Might Guy and Obito were so excited, Miyu did not break their beautiful fantasy for the time being. Of course, it was impossible to divide it equally. Generally, the captain would get more, and Konoha would also collect taxes. But Miyu didn't care about money, but was willing to divide it equally. Kakashi, do you want to compete to see who can complete the task first? Obito suggested. Yoshi, passionate youth should be full of confrontation. Might Guy agreed. Boring competition. Kakashi was indifferent to this. Kakashi, you are not afraid of losing to us. After all, it is really ugly for a chunin to lose to an intern ninja. Obito provoked. Although he knew that this was a provocation, Kakashi felt very uncomfortable when Obito said it, so he replied with a cold face, I'm just worried that I will hit you, a newcomer. It's not certain who will hit whom. Obito said he would wait and see. Well, the first cat-finding competition of Miyu class will start now, Miyu announced with a smile. Let's start. Whoever finds the cat first will win, Might Guy shouted excitedly. Kakashi glanced at Miyu and felt a little subtle. He felt that the style of the teacher in this ninja school was different from every instructor he had experienced before. Because of Obito's provocation, Kakashi became particularly serious and split several shadow clones to find the cat described in the task together. Might Guy treated this task as a training, and ran to every corner to find the cat at a high speed. Obito saw Kakashi use the shadow clone and he also created 2 shadow clones to find the cat. The 3 of them looked very motivated. But to Kakashi's surprise, in less than an hour, Obito found the cat described in the task. Hee, it seems that I won, Obito proudly announced while holding a slightly fat orange cat high in his hands. Meow. The sudden lifting of the orange cat frightened Obito and he scratched at him frantically, causing Obito to let go subconsciously. But before the orange cat landed, a hand quickly grabbed the orange cat's neck, making the orange cat dare not act trashly again. What a half-baked one. Kakashi grabbed the orange cat and shook his head at Obito. No matter how half-baked it is, I found it first, Obito said unconvinced. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. It was just a moment of luck. Kakashi thought that Obito was lucky to meet him first, which did not mean anything. Very good. The task was completed very quickly. Let's take another task, Miyu said when he saw this. Then Miyu took the disciples to the Hokage building to deliver the task. It was completed so quickly. The registered ninja was also a little surprised. Catching cats is not an easy job. First of all, Konoha is very big and difficult to find. Moreover, Those cats that often run away are very smart. They are not only fast but also flexible. It is really difficult to catch them. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commission task and obtained Chakra plus 10. The teacher himself led the extra Chakra plus 5. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission task and obtained Chakra plus 10. The teacher himself led the extra Chakra plus 5. I got 30 chakra in more than 50 minutes, which is much faster than the class. Muyu thought to himself as he looked at the reward. He only had 20 chakra points in the small class in the morning, and a little more than 40 points in the large class. It is not necessary to compress each task within an hour. As long as 2D level tasks are completed in the morning, the chakra gain in the morning is equivalent to attending 3 small classes. This is before Shisui participates. If Shisui also participates, it will be 45 points of chakra each time, and the benefit will be higher. It still cannot completely replace the class. Even if the 3 disciples have bonuses, the total is only 15 points. Moreover, if students are always asked to do tasks without practicing, it will affect the training tasks of the apprentices and teachers, and a series of rewards. Muyu thought about it carefully and felt that the task reward was just a bonus, at least at the current reward rate. Let's do another task of finding lost items. Muyu glanced at the task scroll and said, Kakashi, you are not convinced? Then let's compete again and see who finds the lost items first. How about it? Obito challenged again. You may not be so lucky this time. Kakashi agreed directly. He didn't believe that he would always lose to Obito with his experience. Everyone is very motivated. Might Guy was also excited and ready to go all out to find the lost items. The Muyu class lost item search contest starts now, Muyu announced with a smile. Obito, who wanted to continue to beat Kakashi, Kakashi, who wanted to turn the situation around, and Might Guy, who worked very hard for some reason. All 3 of them quickly took action, wanting to complete the task first. Kakashi still adopted the shadow clone tactic. This time he created more clones. Each clone did not retain too much chakra and had no combat ability, but it was no problem to use them to find things. Kakashi didn't believe it. He and 11 shadow clones could still lose to Obito and his 2 clones. Even if he was lucky, there was a limit. About an hour later, something Kakashi didn't expect happened. It's done. Sorry Kakashi, I won again this time, Obito said, holding a box and a bag. Kakashi after removing the shadow clone. What's in that bag? Isn't there only a box among the lost items? Might Guy asked curiously. It's handmade pastries. When I was looking for something just now, I met the old lady who asked for directions this morning. She insisted on giving it to me, saying it was a reward. Obito scratched his head and smiled. It feels like it will be delicious. Mr. Muyu, can you help me share it? After everyone finished eating the pastries, they went to the Hokage building again to deliver the task. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commission task and obtained Chakra plus 8, and was led by the teacher himself as an additional reward of Chakra plus 4. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission task and obtained Chakra plus 8, and was led by the teacher himself as an additional reward of Chakra plus 4. It's actually less. Is it because finding relics is easier than catching cats? Muyu speculated now. So Muyu took on another task of catching a dog. After Obito and Might Guy set off, Muyu stopped Kakashi and said, Kakashi, do you still think that Obito's ability to complete it quickly was luck? Come with me. Chapter 164 The Idol is White Fang. Kakashi, who was about to start the action, was stunned. After thinking for a while, he finally followed Muyu. If it wasn't luck, he was a little curious about how Obito did it. Then Muyu took Kakashi to follow Obito. With the Byakugan and the memory of being trained by the root, Muyu hid very well. Obito didn't realize that he was being followed at all, and concentrated on looking for the mission target. Light yellow hair, height of 20 centimeters. Obito silently recited the mission target information while looking around. Obito even opened the lid of the trash can to see if the dog was inside. Seeing Obito's actions, Kakashi was a little speechless. What kind of dog would hide in the trash can? Isn't this little Obito? Are you looking for something? Suddenly, an old man stopped Obito with a smile and asked, looking for a light yellow puppy. About this size. Obito gestured for a while and said, I haven't seen a light yellow puppy. He hasn't been walking around much lately. But I remember that guy Ueki likes to wander around. I'll take you to ask him, the old man said. Thank you so much, Grandpa. Obito thanked him with a grateful look. Then the old man took Obito to find the man named Ueki. Light yellow puppy? I seem to have seen it in the east of the main city, but I forgot where it was. The old man named Ueki thought for a while and said, You really have a bad memory because you are old. It's no different from not saying it, the old man said dissatisfiedly. The eastern part of the entire main city is very large. Hee, Grandpa. It's okay. It's changed from the whole Konoha to the eastern part in a moment. The scope has been reduced a lot in a moment. After saying that, Obito thanked the old man again. Then Obito went to the eastern part of the main city of Konoha. Because he looked too obvious to be looking for something, he was stopped by the old man again. In this way, Obito quickly got the location of the puppy under the guidance of the old man, and then directly caught it with the breathing method. How about it? Do you still think this is luck? Miyu turned and looked at Kakashi and asked. No, this is a victory of intelligence. Kakashi didn't say anything tough in front of Miyu. He also got intelligence from passers-by, but passers-by were not as kind as the old ladies and grandfathers that Obito met. Most of them just said something perfunctory, and some didn't even bother to pay attention. The old people that Obito met were really eager to lead Obito to the mission target. They didn't know it themselves, but they used their connections to help Obito ask. They were so enthusiastic. But under the same conditions, I can do better, Kakashi said. Obito could have completed the mission in a shorter time, but because he had to perform some mysterious operations from time to time, it took almost an hour to complete it. Kakashi even saw Obito helping an old lady down the stairs when he was doing the mission. If he had the same intelligence advantage as Obito, Kakashi could have compressed the mission time to less than 40 minutes. Obito's ability to make your conditions different is his strength. Miyu shook her head and said, forcing the same conditions is a hooligan. Kakashi couldn't have such a high popularity, so naturally there was no such thing as the same conditions. And why do you think about competing on the same terms, instead of using your own strengths to make up for your companion's weaknesses? Obito is a bit slow, but you have the advantage of intelligence. You can act with Obito, your action power plus Obito's intelligence. Under cooperation, the efficiency of the mission will be improved. Miyu continued. Kakashi did not speak, but with his mission experience, Miyu was indeed right. Then Miyu took the three people to the Hokage building again to hand in the task. It's so fast, and the third task has been completed. The registrant was surprised. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to complete the commission task and obtained chakra plus 10, and the teacher himself led an additional chakra plus 5. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commission task and obtained chakra plus 10, and the teacher himself led an additional chakra plus 5. It's 15 o'clock again this time. It seems that the rewards of the same level will also be different due to the difficulty. Miyu thought in his heart. How about it, Kakashi? You are convinced? Haha, I, Uchiha Obito, am the mission king of Konoha. Obito smiled arrogantly with his hands on his hips. You are so proud of yourself for completing a few D-level missions. People who don't know you would think you are doing S-level missions. For some reason, Kakashi felt a little unhappy when he saw Obito's proud face. I haven't done it before. How do you know I can't do S-level missions? Obito is very confident in himself. Today's Obito is very good. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and praised. It can be good luck to find it first once, but Obito found it first 3 times in a row. This is not something that can be explained by luck, but hard power. Today is the first day of the mission. I will treat everyone to barbecue, Miyu said. After completing 3 missions in a row, plus miscellaneous time, it is now time for lunch, so Miyu did not accept any more missions, but prepared to take the students to eat. Great, Obito cheered. Hey, Kakashi, are we going to compete to see who eats more meat later? Might Guy challenged. Obito won 3 consecutive missions today, and Might Guy also wanted to win once. Kakashi was a little speechless. How come he was either challenged or on the way to be challenged after entering Miyu's class? He couldn't even eat in peace. However, When it came time to eat the barbecue, Kakashi still managed to enjoy a moment of peace, because everyone was eating the barbecue that Miyu had grilled. At first, Kakashi was a little uncomfortable and embarrassed, because this kind of barbecue is usually not grilled together and eaten by everyone. After eating a piece of barbecue that Miyu forced into his bowl, Kakashi silently accepted Miyu's kindness. Kakashi was very confused. They were all grilled in the same oven, with the same seasonings, and Miyu didn't bring out any secret sauces, but Miyu's barbecue was much more delicious than theirs. And it didn't seem like the same food. Kakashi had to cook for himself very early because of special reasons. He thought he was a pretty good cook, but when he met Miyu, he really felt that he couldn't understand. Is it the control of the heat, so that every part is cooked just right? Kakashi speculated in his heart. If he didn't know that there was no ninjutsu to improve the taste of food, he would have doubted whether Miyu used this ninjutsu. After eating, the four of them did not get up and leave immediately, but started chatting. Teacher Miyu, you are simply my six paths sage. Obito used a metaphor to express his gratitude and admiration for Miyu. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. It's the barbecue sage. Miyu chuckled and tapped Obito's head. Hey, by the way, does everyone have any special ninjas that they admire? Obito scratched his head and started the topic with a smile. If you admire, then of course there are only father and teacher Miyu, Might Guy said very imposingly. Kakashi did not participate in this topic. Now he no longer has any ninjas that he admires or yearns for. If you want to say admiration, I also have a ninja that I yearn for. Miyu smiled and said, wow, the ninja that teacher Miyu admires. I'm so curious. Obito's eyes lit up and said, for these disciples, Miyu is a kind and mysterious existence. Although he was just a chunin teacher at first, he had mastered all kinds of forbidden ninjutsu and was unfathomable. He also asked them not to reveal their master-disciple identities outside. Even a thick-skinned man like Obito could see that Miyu was not simple. Such a mysterious and powerful Miyu teacher actually had a ninja he admired. Obito was very curious. Might Guy also pretended to listen. He was as curious as Obito. Kakashi didn't have much interest. He felt that it was nothing more than the three ninjas or the Hokage. He is a powerful ninja called Konoha White Fang. He once made great achievements for Konoha and was feared on the battlefield. He was an extremely outstanding Konoha ninja. Miyu's eyes seemed to shine when he spoke, and he looked yearning. Is it the legendary Konoha White Fang? I seem to have heard of it. He is a super powerful ninja. Obito discussed excitedly. I have heard of it too. He is a very strong ninja, but it seems that he died later. Might Guy said, White Fang's reputation is still very loud in Konoha. Even students like them who are still in school have heard of White Fang's reputation. Kakashi looked at Miyu with some surprise. He didn't expect that such an excellent ninja like Miyu would actually admire his father who committed suicide. Although he had not been in contact with Miyu for a long time, Kakashi had to admit that Miyu was excellent in all aspects, much better than his previous instructor. Hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi recalled some memories, clenched his fists, stood up and left the barbecue restaurant without saying a word. Hey, Kakashi, where are you going? Did you eat too much and go to the bathroom? Obito asked puzzledly. Why did you suddenly leave when you were chatting so well? Kakashi did not answer Obito's words and left without looking back. I have already paid for the meal. You can sit here for a while or go for a walk. Gather at the training ground number 22 at 1:30 p.m. I'll go see what's wrong with Kakashi. Miyu stood up and said, this Kakashi is really inexplicable. The moods of the girls in the class are not as unpredictable as his mood. Obito couldn't help but complain. Might Guy was also a little confused and didn't know what happened. After leaving the barbecue restaurant, Kakashi walked aimlessly, and finally came to the river bank, where he sat on the bank and stared at the river in a daze. He has made great military achievements and is extremely outstanding. If that's the case, why would he be accused of committing suicide by those people? Kakashi murmured. A ninja must abide by the rules and put the mission first, so that he can be considered a qualified ninja. Do you really think so? Kakashi suddenly heard Miyu's voice from behind him. Let's do 6,000 today. I didn't sleep until 3 o'clock yesterday because of insomnia. and then I woke up at 8 o'clock. I didn't fall asleep at noon either. I was so sleepy that I couldn't write. I also recommend a friend's book, title, Uchiha, Starting from Imprisonment of Tobirama. Introduction. In the 44th year of Konoha, Konoha has a king of the line. Anyone who has strong emotions towards Uchiha King Shisui will be bound by him. As long as he is stimulated, they will lose their abilities and become King Shui's nutrients step by step. And the first person Uchiha King Shisui wants to capture is the Senju Tobirama in his body. Chapter 165 Kakashi Gains Knowledge. Captain Hanyu, has anyone ever told you that you are very good at hiding your aura? Kakashi turned around and found that Miyu had sat next to him without him noticing. Hiding yourself is the basic skill of a ninja, Miyu replied with a smile. Captain Hanyu, you know, Konoha White Fang did not sacrifice himself, but committed suicide. He was blamed by everyone for failing the mission and finally committed suicide, Kakashi asked. When asking this question, Kakashi did not look at Miyu, but looked at the river with an indifferent expression. Why do you admire a failed ninja like White Fang? Kakashi turned his head and looked into Miyu's eyes and asked, if you say that White Fang is a failed ninja, I don't admit it. Miyu did not answer the question, but denied Kakashi's words. Why is he not a failed ninja? As a ninja, a mission that could have been completed failed because of personal reasons. Isn't this considered a failure? Do you understand White Fang better than me? Kakashi retorted. Miyu, who has never spoken a word to his father, can understand his father better than him. Maybe. My opinion is the opposite of yours. I think White Fang is the ninja who implements his own ninja way. Miyu shook her head and replied, what did he implement? Isn't the ninja's rule that the mission comes first? Kakashi thought Miyu was just talking nonsense. Since we are talking about the rules of ninjas, do you know the origin of ninjas? Miyu asked with a smile. Kakashi recalled carefully and shook his head. Then do you know the Six Paths Sage? Miyu continued to ask. The god who created the ninja world in legend? Kakashi knew something about the Six Paths Sage. The creator god is a legend, but the Six Paths Sage is indeed a person who existed in real history. The Six Paths Sage founded the ninja sect for world peace, hoping that everyone can understand each other under the connection of chakra. So there is the existence of ninjas. At that time, there were no so-called genin, chunin, and jonin for ninjas, and there would be no missions to kill people and steal secrets. Everyone's common goal was world peace. If we really want to talk about the rules of ninjas, protecting peace is the rule of ninjas. According to this point of view, all ninjas in the world have violated the rules of ninjas. Miyu explained. This is not nonsense. The origin of ninjas in Naruto is different from his original world. They are born for peace. It is understandable that the big villains in Naruto are clamoring to create a peaceful world. After all, the origin of ninjas is for peace. Ninjas actually came from this. Kakashi looked at Miyu with some surprise. I like to read some history books when I have nothing to do, so I know a little more. Miyu raised his glasses and smiled. He didn't talk about anything too secret. Although there are few records left by the history of the ninja clan, there are still some relevant records. It may be a bit too much to use the standards of thousands of years ago to require ninjas now, but I think ninjas should not be just a machine to complete the task, but have their own ideas. Although White Fang failed in the mission, he successfully saved his teammates and implemented his beliefs in his heart. So I think Konoha White Fang is not a failed ninja, Miyu said seriously. Implement your own beliefs. Kakashi felt a little dazed. A few years ago, he seemed to have said that companions are the most important. Gather at the training ground at 1:30 p.m. If you say bad things about White Fang again, I will be angry, Miyu said with a joking tone. Coach Hanyu, don't you know what the name of Konoha White Fang is? Kakashi couldn't help asking. It was so strange that his own son was accused by outsiders not to say bad things about his father. Hatake Tsukumo. Of course I know, Miyu replied. Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Kakashi, could it be that? Miyu made a thoughtful look. Actually, Kakashi, are you a relative of White Fang? Kakashi, for a moment, he really didn't know whether Miyu did it on purpose or really didn't guess. If it was the former, it would be really bad taste. Just kidding, I know you are White Fang's child. Don't be late this afternoon. Miyu smiled. If he pretended not to know, it would be too much to underestimate Kakashi's IQ. A chunin and two interns were mixed together, and both of them were acquaintances. Kakashi should be able to guess that it was specially arranged by the third generation. Looking at Miyu's leaving back, Kakashi's eyes flickered. Longing for my father. Was it the Sandame who was looking for him? Kakashi guessed. Then Kakashi went to the library and went straight to the history section. After flipping through many ancient books, Kakashi really found some history related to the ninja clan, but it was very little and the information was very fragmented. This dispelled some doubts in Kakashi's heart. He initially thought that it was a story made up by Miyu to comfort him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar's first release of this novel. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Kakashi arrived at the number 22 training ground on time. Kakashi, you're here very early. Do you want to compete in handstand? Might Guy, who had already arrived at the training ground and was doing handstand exercises, asked. Sorry, I refuse. Kakashi, who had been reading books for noon, didn't want to have a boring competition. When it was 1:40 in the afternoon, Obito ran over in a hurry, panting and explaining the reason for his lateness. Because of the scene he saw in the morning, Kakashi did not question Obito's words this time. We did 3 tasks in the morning. How many do you think we can do in the afternoon? Miyu asked with a smile. Although one task is only 30 points, a little bit of money is also meat, and the more money can be earned, the more money can be earned. 5, Obito said generously. Then set the goal to 5. Miyu made the decision. Next, in order to save time, Miyu directly took 3 tasks at the beginning. Under normal circumstances, this would definitely not work, but seeing that Miyu and his team were so efficient in the morning, the registrar took them. This time Miyu asked Obito and his team to act together. Obito's connections, Kakashi's mobility, and Might Guy's strong body made the 3 of them complete the tasks very quickly. With the cooperation of the 3 people, the 3 tasks were completed in less than 2 hours. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Miyu's class had completed 7 D-level tasks, exceeding the target. Obito and Might Guy were very happy to receive good rewards, and Miyu was also in a good mood after receiving 300 chakras. The only one who didn't feel much was probably Kakashi. He was going to continue to check the information. After the disbandment, everyone performed very well today. Let's not do any missions tomorrow morning. Let's practice at the training ground, Miyu said. He wanted to try to accept Kakashi as his disciple, so that he could get more benefits from doing missions in the future. Otherwise, he would always feel that he was losing out. Chapter 166 Sense of Crisis. If you want to cooperate well with your teammates, you must have a good understanding of your teammates. Next, you will fight one by one to understand the abilities of your teammates. Miyu announced the content of the next training. Hey Kakashi, let's have a battle that burns youth. Might Guy turned over and stood upright to challenge Kakashi. Kakashi nodded and agreed. He couldn't refuse the training. He was also curious about what level of physical skills Kai had reached now. It had been several months since the last challenge of Kai, but Kakashi had seen the battle between Kai and the official ninja and knew that Kai had made great progress. Kakashi, you have to show all your strength, otherwise you will be kicked away by me, Might Guy reminded. According to Miyu, his rock breathing was extremely close to success. Compared with himself a few months ago, Might Guy could kill himself who had not practiced breathing techniques with one kick. Instead of worrying about me being kicked away by you, it's better to worry about how many minutes you can last, Kakashi replied. If Might Guy didn't make much progress and was just that level of physical skills, he could easily deal with it. Compared to Might Guy, he felt that Obito's progress was more amazing and the span was larger, as expected of my nemesis and best friend. This kind of confidence. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and laughed with shining white teeth. Begin. At Miyu's command, Might Guy instantly changed his breathing rhythm, inhaled a large amount of oxygen into his body, and at the same time, his chakra burst out, greatly improving his physical ability. Whoosh! Using the instant body technique, Guy instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Kakashi, kicking out an extremely fast whirlwind kick. Konoha whirlwind. Although Kakashi was prepared, The speed shown by Might Guy was still a little beyond his expectations. In a hurry, he failed to defend well and was knocked back more than 2 meters. The speed and strength are far beyond the previous ones. How did he do this? Kakashi was very confused. It's okay for Obito to show amazing progress, but why is Might Guy's progress so exaggerated? Before Might Guy kicked out, Kakashi thought that if he was a little more serious, he could easily defeat Might Guy. After Might Guy kicked out, Kakashi thought that he had to go all out. Haha, Kakashi, you have to be more careful next time. I didn't have my strongest power just now, Might Guy laughed. Kakashi showed a vigilant look on his face. He didn't think Might Guy was the kind of person who would bluff. Rock breathing. Breathe with all your concentration. Might Guy concentrated his originally concentrated breathing again to further improve his physical ability. Konoha Great Cyclone. Might Guy's figure disappeared in an instant and appeared next to Kakashi again. This time, Kakashi already knew how powerful Might Guy was, and used the body flashing technique to dodge away. Boom! The big tree where Kakashi was just now was instantly broken by Might Guy's powerful kick, and the resulting wood chips flew in the air. What a strong power! Looking at the tragic situation at the broken part of the big tree, Kakashi knew the horror of Might Guy's power and completely gave up the idea of fighting Might Guy with bare hands. Kakashi silently drew out the white fang short blade behind him. Although Kakashi's swordsmanship was sharp, it was difficult for him to gain an advantage against Might Guy, who was fully focused on breathing. Might Guy's movements were too fast. After realizing this, Kakashi immediately changed his strategy and used ninjutsu. A huge earth wall blocked Might Guy's attack. When Might Guy jumped over the earth wall, he was instantly attacked by 2 Kakashis. Shadow clone technique. Might Guy carefully observed the 2 Kakashis, but he couldn't tell the real one from the fake one. Might Guy didn't care and directly attacked one of the Kakashis with all his strength. Anyway, the shadow clone would disappear after a touch. As he expected, the shadow clone couldn't withstand his power and quickly turned into smoke and dissipated during the collision. However, the other Kakashi also took the opportunity to launch an attack and threw several shurikens at Might Guy. Might Guy once again concentrated his breathing and burst out at a very fast speed to easily dodge the shurikens. Just as Might Guy was about to continue his attack, he felt something and dodged instantly. The next moment, a hand stretched out from the ground and grabbed the place where Might Guy had just stood. It's harder to deal with than Obito, Kakashi thought to himself as he stood on the ground again. He created 2 shadow clones just to confuse Might Guy and launch a surprise attack. But Might Guy was more vigilant than Obito and failed to succeed. Although the sneak attack failed, it takes a lot of physical strength to keep breathing with full concentration. As time passed, Might Guy gradually fell into a disadvantage. Okay, you two have almost understood it. Take a break. Next is Obito and Kakashi, and then Obito and Kai. Miyu stopped the fight between the two. He didn't forget that Might Guy still had Kakashi's training task on him. It would be bad to settle the task directly after the battle. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. Both nodded without objection. Why has Kai's strength improved so much? Kakashi still couldn't figure this out during the break. Obviously, this was an opponent that he could easily deal with before, but now he needed to go all out seriously. Whether it was Might Guy or Obito, the great progress of the two made him very confused. If he had made such progress after graduation, he could still understand it a little bit. After all, progress is very fast under high pressure, but it is exaggerated to have such progress in the ninja school. After recovering his physical strength, Kakashi and Obito fought again, and Kakashi was even more confused. Because Obito actually made progress, on the basis of the huge progress last time, Obito actually made further progress. The extremely fast one-hand seal of the balsam chloride really showed Kakashi. This battle was still stopped by Miyu after the climax, and there was no winner. Kakashi believed that he could win if he continued, because his combat experience was richer and his comprehensive strength was stronger, but Kakashi had a terrible idea in his heart, that he might be surpassed by Obito and Might Guy. If Might Guy and Obito could continue to improve at this rate, He might be surpassed in another year or even half a year. Kakashi didn't dare to think about what kind of expression Obito would have when he defeated him. He suddenly felt a surge of motivation to practice. It didn't matter what happened, at least he couldn't lose to Obito. After 3 battles, the disciples rested for a while, and Muyu began to arrange the training. Obito and Might Guy were still the same as before, and the one Muyu needed to deal with the most was Kakashi. "Kakashi, have you learned the 2 nature changes of earth and thunder?" Muyu asked Kakashi. And later. Chapter 167 The Fourth Disciple, New System Functions. "I'm currently focusing on these 2. Kakashi nodded. Now Kakashi mainly relies on swordsmanship and lightning escape when fighting, and earth escape plays a supporting role. "I'm not very good at short blades, but I can teach you lightning escape first." Muyu thought for a while and said, "Come with me, see which ninjutsu you want to learn." Muyu took Kakashi to the deep forest of the training ground. Lightning escape middle. Pseudo darkness. Muyu quickly formed a seal and then opened his mouth to spit out a huge lightning spear, instantly piercing through and knocking down all the trees within 20 meters in front of him, with black marks on the broken parts. What a powerful lightning escape ninjutsu! Kakashi couldn't help but praise as he looked at the fallen trees, and his evaluation of Muyu in his heart was even higher. Now according to Kakashi's observation, Muyu is definitely an elite among the Jonin, and both physical and ninjutsu are very good. Lightning escape middle. Chidori. Muyu raised his hand without resting and quickly used the next ninjutsu. Zizizizi! Exclamation mark! A huge and harsh thunder and lightning sound rang out, and the high-intensity electric current gathered in Muyu's hands and quickly completed the shape change. Boom! Exclamation mark! Muyu held Chidori and quickly moved to a large rock in the distance and punched a big hole in it. What a fast speed and strong penetration, Kakashi thought as he watched Muyu's performance. In terms of performance, pseudo-darkness is much stronger, with a large range and strong power, sweeping a large area. But pseudo-darkness Chidori is obviously not the same type of ninjutsu, and it is definitely unfair to compare the attack range to Chidori. After all, Chidori is faster. Kakashi believes that pseudo-darkness and Chidori have their own merits and are both very strong lightning ninjutsu. Pseudo-darkness belongs to the kind of medium and long-range clearing large-scale attack, while Chidori is a fast surprise attack. In terms of his current fighting style, Chidori is more suitable for him, and Chidori coincides with the lightning ninjutsu he is envisioning. "Which of these 2 lightning ninjutsu do you want to learn?" Muyu asked. "The first one," Kakashi said without hesitation. Although Chidori is suitable for his fighting style, he already has the sharp Hitake swordsmanship, but lacks a long-range and powerful ninjutsu. "But before we start learning, I have to ask you a question," Muyu said with a smile. "I will teach you ninjutsu? What am I to you?" "Instructor," Kakashi replied. "Then what should you call me?" Kakashi understood what Muyu meant. He wanted him to call him teacher like Might Guy and Obito. What a strange ninja, Kakashi said in his heart. He felt that Muyu was really a bit strange. He didn't look like a ninja at all. To be more precise, he didn't look like a ninja now. But since Muyu was willing to teach him advanced lightning ninjutsu, Kakashi thought it was okay to call Muyu teacher. Teaching something was different from just leading a team to complete a task. "Teacher Muyu," Kakashi called him indifferently. "Do you want to establish a master-disciple relationship with Hitake Kakashi?" The system pop-up window came out immediately, and Muyu chose yes without hesitation. Of course, he had to accept the S-level potential disciple who came to his door. Relationship established successfully. Current trust level 1. Apprentice Kakashi unlocks disciple training returns to master and teaching returns. Looking at the trust level 1, Muyu thought Kakashi was really hard to fool. He was a fan of White Fang, but he was unwilling to give a little more trust. Muyu was not too surprised. After all, he and Kakashi only met yesterday. With Kakashi's current personality, it is difficult to trust in a short time. Muyu used the appraisal to take a look at Kakashi's latest faceplate. Name: Hitake Kakashi. Chakra: 3300. Potential: S. Skills: Hitake swordsmanship. Proficient. Lightning attribute chakra nature change. Proficient. Kakashi's chakra growth is not ideal. After almost 8 months, He has only increased by about 800 points of chakra. You have to know that Kakashi has S-level potential without bloodline bonus, and the gold content is very high. In terms of skills, because Kakashi's skills had not been upgraded when he was appraised before, it is difficult to judge his progress in ninjutsu. However, Miyu felt that Kakashi's current skill values were also average. Although he had some proficient level skills, such as Hitake swordsmanship and earth flow wall, they were just at the proficient level and his proficiency was not high. Miyu felt that it might be because Kakashi had not yet gotten over the shadow of White Fang's suicide and was in a state of opening up, so the data was a bit poor. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. It was a pity for Kakashi himself, but it was just right for Miyu. After all, Kakashi's untapped potential was the reward after Miyu accepted him as a disciple. It was detected that there were already 4 disciples with potential of S or above, and the system mall was open to reward the professor's skill enhancement scroll. System mall, selling some of the physical rewards that have been obtained. Miyu first opened the system mall and took a look. There were only 3 kinds of goods sold in it: shuriken, kunai, and training secret medicine. What satisfied him was that the system mall did not require a special system currency, and the money of the Fire Nation would be enough. However, Miyu was not going to buy kunai and shuriken except for the training secret medicine, because the kunai and shuriken in the system were actually the same price as those outside. The training secret medicine was not particularly expensive, 10,000 taels per pill. Miyu felt that this price was not expensive compared to the effect of the secret medicine, and it would definitely sell well if it was sold. After all, this was a secret medicine that could eliminate fatigue and hidden injuries to the body. Miyu personally tested that the effect was very powerful. The opening of the system mall solved Miyu's urgent needs. Before, Might Guy had obtained 20 pills in the training mission. After so long, they had been almost consumed, and only a few were left for sample research. Then Miyu used the skill enhancement scroll. He was a little looking forward to what new effects the professor would have after the skill enhancement. Professor, the knowledge you teach is easy to remember and understand. Disciples who study hard will rehearse the relevant content they have learned in their minds. Miyu looked at the latest introduction of the skills and felt that it was a bit abstract, but based on the experience of enhancing the appraisal technique, the effect would be stronger. The lightning spear of Sudoin is very powerful and fast, but you need to pay attention to the chakra consumption. This ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra. Miyu was ready to start teaching. He suspected that Kakazu's chakra was also very high. Sudoin, head hard working, and suppression all require a lot of chakra. If you think about it carefully, with the characteristics of the earth resentment, maybe Kakazu's chakra is not just one person's chakra, but the chakra of 5 people. You taught your disciple lightning release middle dot Sudoin, and obtained the ninjutsu lightning release middle dot purple lightning. It may be due to Kakashi's personality and trust issues. Although it was the first time he taught ninjutsu, there was no critical hit. After sorting out the new memories of lightning release in his mind, Miyu felt that this reward was not bad. Because purple lightning can be said to be an upgraded version of Rakiri, it can be performed without hand seals, and it is very powerful. Miyu plans to give purple lightning to Kakashi after Kakashi learns Sudoin. Although teaching purple lightning to Kakashi cannot trigger the effects of teaching in returning, it is very helpful for Kakashi's strength growth and shortens the time to increase the reward. It's the end of the month. I'm asking for a small monthly ticket. I'll try to write 10,000 tomorrow. I wanted to write 8K today but I was stuck on the settings and didn't write it out. Chapter 168 Quick Brush Mission. There are 2 difficulties in learning pseudo darkness. One is to compress the lightning chakra to ensure its power, and the other is to control it. When a large-scale sweep is needed, the lightning spear can be split into multiple lightning bolts to ensure the attack range. Miyu demonstrated it again and continued to explain. Compression and splitting. Kakashi looked thoughtful, and then Miyu's words kept ringing in his mind. As Kakashi kept thinking, Miyu, who released pseudo-darkness in his memory, gradually turned into Kakashi himself. I see. Kakashi showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Looking at the rapidly increasing proficiency of pseudo-darkness on Kakashi's panel, Miyu felt that the enhanced teaching skills were not bad. Just now, Kakashi's proficiency of pseudo-darkness soared to more than 20 points. Then it was Kakashi's turn to practice ninjutsu by himself. Kakashi made hand seals and performed ninjutsu step by step according to the memory in his mind. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi opened his mouth and spit out a bolt of lightning that struck a tree not far in front of him. However, Kakashi's lightning not only did not sweep a large area like Miyu's, but did not even knock down a tree. It just turned the place where the tree was hit into a charred black. After seeing the failure, Kakashi immediately fell into reflection, recalling the steps of his own ninjutsu, and which step was wrong. Compressing lightning is not as simple as you think. You need to get more familiar with that feeling. Miyu pointed out the mistake. It seems not difficult to briefly explain the principles and techniques of various ninjutsu. Rasengan is to highly compress chakra and then control it into a circular and continuous disordered movement. Rakiri is just to make the converted lightning chakra sharp through the change of form. But in actual practice, it is not the same thing. These techniques are not so easy to master. Just like mathematics, the teacher tells you that you only need to master certain formulas to solve this problem, but those formulas are not easy to master. Miyu asked Kakashi to try it himself twice, and then Miyu taught Kakashi again, focusing on the mistakes Kakashi made. This is a teaching method that Miyu prefers, letting students learn with questions, so that when he demonstrates again, Kakashi will pay more attention to his mistakes. So this is how it was solved. Kakashi nodded secretly, and his evaluation of Miyu in his heart went up a level. In terms of strength, Miyu is an excellent ninja, and in terms of teaching, Miyu is also an extremely excellent teacher. Kakashi has been taught by many people, not just teachers in the ninja school. He has experienced several mentors, and his father has also taught him. But in terms of teaching alone, Miyu really gave Kakashi a very novel feeling. Knowledge continuously entered his mind. When learning with Miyu, his thinking seemed to be more active. He is indeed a reliable teacher. Maybe I can ask him if I have any questions in the future. Kakashi thought to himself. Disciple Hite Kakashi's trust level has been upgraded, and the current trust level is 2. Miyu was not surprised by Kakashi's upgrade. Trust level 2 is not difficult. The degree is probably that he feels that this person is quite reliable. It can be seen from the fact that his other 3 disciples all started at trust level 2. The higher the trust level is, the harder it is. The distance between trust level 2 and trust level 3 may be greater than the distance between 1 and 2, and 3 to 4 is even harder. Miyu felt that Might Guy and Obito already trusted him very much. He was simply the most trusted person besides his father and grandmother. Even so, he still hadn't reached trust level 4, which shows how difficult it is. Moreover, Kakashi's promotion to level 2 was also the result of Miyu's design. In order to increase the trust level, Miyu established an excellent personality, who was strong, knew how to cook more and taste good, and had unique insights into ninjas. Then the next day, Miyu deliberately let Kakashi and Might Guy fight with Obito. It was true that they understood each other, but it was also the purpose to make Kakashi feel a sense of urgency. The 2 former tail-end friends were now going to surpass him, a genius ninja. Miyu didn't believe that Kakashi would have no fluctuations in his heart. At this time, Kakashi discovered that his new instructor was an excellent teacher with a superb teaching level, so he had to learn from the instructor. Miyu was professional in treating his disciples. It was difficult for Kakashi to be promoted to level 3 at this stage, but it was not difficult to pull trust level 2. After the morning training, Miyu took the students to continue to do the tasks in the afternoon. Today we have to do more tasks than yesterday afternoon. 10 in one go, Obito said excitedly after approaching the Hokage building. Are you stupid? Even if we have one task every half an hour, it will take 5 hours to complete 10 tasks. Kakashi said speechlessly. Some tasks can be completed quickly by relying on connections to enhance the ability to move, but labor tasks like picking up garbage will take at least an hour. It's not even 2 o'clock now. Even if we work for 5 hours, it's not too late. Obito felt that there was no problem with his goal. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar released this novel for the first time. Think carefully with your rusty brain. Can you complete each task in half an hour? And it takes time to deliver the task. Kakashi's language gradually became aggressive. It's just that you don't have confidence. I can understand you. After all, I won all 3 tasks yesterday, Obito said proudly. Yesterday's 3 consecutive victories were a sharp weapon for him to attack Kakashi. Kakashi, do you want to compete again today to see who can complete more tasks first? Obito challenged. He felt very good when he won Kakashi. It seems that I need to let you know what a real ninja is. Seeing that Obito dared to jump, Kakashi decided to let Obito know the dangers of the ninja world. How can I be missing from such a competition? Might Guy also participated. Well, today's task target is 10. If you complete it, I will treat everyone to my special dishes. Miyu encouraged with a smile. If Obito and his team can really do 10, then his chakra will increase. Kakashi is also a disciple now, and he will get an extra reward for completing the commission. After arriving at the Hokage building, in order to save time in delivering tasks, Miyu accepted 5 commissions in one go. This team completes the tasks so quickly. If this continues, there will be no miscellaneous tasks for them to do. The ninja who registered the task from Miyu's side. D-level missions are the only missions that are not dangerous. Many miscellaneous missions are subsidized by Konoha or are simply issued by Konoha officials themselves. It's okay for ordinary teams to do 1 or 2 missions a day, but Miyu's class is just too fast to do 7 missions in an afternoon. What if they come to take the mission? Let them wait and practice first. According to the regulations, they can't do C-level missions yet. Chapter 169, The Sinister Ninja. Kakashi wants to surpass me in the mission. I will make you come but never come back. Obito was in a very good mood while walking on the way to find the cat. He felt that he was sure to win, because among the 5 missions that Miyu took, there was 1 to find the cat and 1 to find the lost items. He must have completed these 2 first, and he would win if he just finished the remaining 1. Kakashi had no chance of winning against him who had the power of a grandma and a grandpa. With the help of many enthusiastic old people, Obito gradually learned the whereabouts of the lost pet cat. But something Obito didn't expect happened. When he arrived at the destination, he actually saw Kakashi who had caught the pet cat. Kakashi, why are you here? Obito asked in confusion. Obviously, I came to complete the commissioned mission. Kakashi replied calmly. Obito scratched his hair. Of course, he knew that Kakashi was here to do the mission. He was wondering why Kakashi arrived before him. You are lucky this time. I will let you know the strength of Konoha's Mission King later. Obito decided not to waste time with Kakashi and quickly complete the next mission. Then wait and see. Kakashi said calmly. Obito would definitely lose this time, because Kakashi was ahead of him in a mission. Obito acted much faster. He didn't want to lose after saying such a harsh word. With the advantage of connections, Obito chose to complete the mission of finding lost items. Thank you for your information, Grandpa. No need for cookies or anything. Thank you for your help, Grandma. Obito thanked him all the way to the place where the items were lost. But something Obito didn't expect happened. Kakashi was 1 step faster than him and arrived at the place first to find the lost items. Kakashi, why is it you again? Obito felt something was wrong. Kakashi had completed 2 missions and he hadn't completed any of them yet. Why can't it be me? Do you have to complete this mission first? Kakashi asked back. Obito had nothing to say and ran to the next mission location quickly. When he arrived at the place where he was going to clean up the garbage, he found that the garbage here had been cleaned up by Kakashi's shadow clone. Damn, this mission was actually completed. Obito felt extremely bad. He was completely at a disadvantage in the first round. Kakashi had already completed 3 missions. Kai went to do the task of moving things, and he is almost done. The only task left is to clean up the garbage in the trap area. If you go quickly, you may be able to finish it before Kai. Miyu appeared in time to remind him. Teacher Miyu, it's a good thing you are here. Obito thanked Miyu and quickly ran to the trap area. If he didn't complete any of the tasks in the first round, the pressure in the second round would be too great. He only needed to complete more than 4 tasks. Otherwise it would be difficult to win. But how could he complete so many? Kakashi and Might Guy are not without hands and feet. The reward for cleaning up the garbage in the trap area is much higher than that of ordinary D-level tasks, because the difficulty is slightly higher, and it will be troublesome if you don't pay attention to triggering the trap. When everyone completed their task rounds, Miyu announced the completion of the disciples' tasks. Kakashi is in the lead for now, with 3 missions, while Kai and Obito are tied, with 1 mission. It looks like I will be the winner this time, Kakashi said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. Kakashi, don't be too arrogant. You still have to take on missions later, and it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Obito hasn't given up yet. Yeah, there's still hope of winning until the last moment. Might Guy gave a thumbs up and laughed, seeing that the disciples were so motivated. Miyu smiled and nodded. The speed of increasing chakra was much faster than attending classes. After 5 missions, more than 200 chakras were directly increased. Even if you attend classes all day, you can only gain 80 chakras a day. After receiving 5 more missions, Obito was not in the mood to hum a little song and walk slowly. As soon as he received a mission, he would see if there was a mission he was good at completing. However, among the 5 missions this time, only 1 was related to searching, and the others were miscellaneous tasks. But Obito had no choice. 1 was better than nothing. After reading the mission description, Obito ran away and went to search. When Obito arrived at the final destination after going through so much trouble, he saw the person he least wanted to see. Why is it you again? Kakashi. Obito couldn't hold it anymore. Kakashi actually completed the task just 1 step faster than him. Complete the task. Kakashi's answer was the same as before. Something is wrong. It's 120% wrong. Obito noticed something unusual in his heart. Kakashi happened to be ahead once, which could be considered good luck, but it was too coincidental that he happened to be ahead 3 times in a row. If Kakashi had this ability, how could he lose to him 3 times in a row before? Finally found out? Kakashi was a little surprised. With Obito's IQ, he thought Obito would find out the truth later. Kakashi, you must have bought inside information with money so you can be faster than me, right? Obito said with a look that I have seen through everything. You have been a ninja for several years. You must have saved a lot of money. I didn't expect you to do this. Kakashi, he really didn't understand Obito's brain circuit. Shouldn't he guess that he was being followed? What the hell is buying inside information with money? Why do you think so? Kakashi couldn't help asking. Isn't it always like this in novels? The villain uses money to surpass the hard-working protagonist, Obito said as a matter of course. Kakashi was speechless. It turned out that in Obito's eyes, he was the villain, and Obito himself was the protagonist. Because Obito's answer was too outrageous, Kakashi spoke directly. There is no insider information in D-level missions, and no one will spend money to complete D-level missions. The reason why I can be 1 step ahead of you is that I followed you and found the mission target faster than you. What should I do if I don't have any information? Then I can eavesdrop on other people's information. Kakashi took advantage of Obito all the way and let the shadow clone do the odd jobs to get ahead so much. Follow? How despicable. Obito was shocked. He didn't expect that Kakashi could be 1 step ahead of him for this reason. This is simply stealing the fruits of his labor. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. There is nothing despicable or not. You can also follow me if you have the ability, Kakashi said provocatively. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance are the basic skills of ninjas. If you can find me in time, this result will not happen. Damn it, if I had the Sharingan, I would definitely find you. Obito was very unwilling. He recalled the memory of looking for things, and he didn't realize that he was being followed. You should wait until you have the Sharingan to say this. The world of ninjas is very cruel. If the enemy is following you, guess what will happen to you? Kakashi turned around and left to continue his mission. Thanks to Obito, they still have 4 tasks to do. Kakashi's words made Obito's blood pressure rise to the maximum. He wanted to have a real-life park with Kakashi immediately. If his breathing method reached the Qingzong realm, could he bear this? Obito turned his anger into motivation and started to do the tasks quickly. He didn't want to lose too badly. The result of the second round was that Kakashi completed 2 tasks alone, Might Guy and Obito completed 1 each alone, and then completed 1 together. Kakashi completed 5 tasks alone and won the first place, and Obito and Kai tied for second place. Muyu announced the final result. Haha, you are indeed my nemesis. You have improved so fast that you have completed half of the tasks by yourself. Might Guy laughed. Originally, Might Guy wanted to use his physical skills, so he chose hard tasks. Unexpectedly, those tasks were more troublesome than the other, so Might Guy only completed 2.5. It's okay, I just beat someone who boasted, Kakashi said calmly. Although he didn't say the name, he was actually just reading out the number on Obito's internship certificate. I did 3 more than you yesterday. With those 3, I have 5.5, which is more than you. Obito chose to bring up the past. If you count the previous tasks, I have more C-level tasks than your D-level tasks. Kakashi said lightly, everyone worked hard today. I will take you to my house for dinner after the tasks are delivered. Muyu ended the dispute between the two with a warm smile. Muyu Jonan, you will not be able to receive any tasks for the time being. You have almost completed all the miscellaneous tasks. You have completed 10 tasks in 1 afternoon. Your efficiency is too high. The registration ninja and Muyu reminded when delivering the tasks. What? There are no missions? Obito couldn't help but ask. He was still thinking about being careful and cautious tomorrow and defeating Kakashi again. How could he avenge his previous shame without a mission? You are too fast. You have completed 20 missions in 2 days. Some classes can't complete so many missions in a month. The registered ninja said helplessly. There are no D-level missions, but there must be other missions, right? Obito couldn't swallow this breath today. Don't think about it. You interns can only accept D-level missions at present. The registered ninja replied. Don't underestimate me. Although I am still in school, I am the first in the grade of the ninja school and have defeated official ninjas. Obito still didn't give up. No means no. The registered ninja's attitude was very clear. Regardless of whether Obito's words were true or false, he didn't want to do such a thing that broke the rules. There was no benefit. If something went wrong, he would be the first to suffer. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was off work, happened to see this scene. Seeing Muyu Kakashi, he walked up and asked, Sandame-sama, the registered ninja addressed respectfully. It's like this, their class. The registration ninja quickly reported the cause to Sarutobi Hiruzen. They completed 20 tasks in 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little surprised. In that case, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Mission Privileges. Although D-level missions are the simplest missions, being able to complete 20 D-level missions in 2 days can be considered excellent among genin. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Grandpa Hokage, does that mean we can take missions above D-level? Obito looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with expectation. Haha, well, that depends on your teacher. After all, I don't know your strength very well. If Muyu thinks you can do it, then I will allow you to take C-level missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. In fact, he didn't think it was a big problem. During the final exam of the summer special training, he had seen Obito and Might Guy fight. They were both very strong. With Kakashi, an experienced Chunin, and Muyu, who was born in the root, C-level missions were easy. Because normally, C-level missions don't involve ninjas. There will be battles, but the opponents are usually stronger ordinary people or beasts. Teacher Muyu, you know us. Our strength should not be limited to miscellaneous tasks. Obito turned to look at Muyu, his 2 big eyes full of expectation. Sandame-sama, I think they are fully capable of completing C-rank missions. Muyu answered Sarutobi Hiruzen as Obito expected. One of the important aspects of his promotion of the intern program was to go out on missions. Konoha was too restrictive, and Muyu did not dare to use his full strength to release ninjutsu during training. The destructive power of his master-level ninjutsu was greater than that of his master-level ninjutsu. If the noise was too loud, it might attract the Anbu, and he really needed a real fight to recognize his true strength, not just an ordinary competition. Miyu did not want to be like Kaguya Otsutsuki, who had a great strength but could not use it in the end. I feel relieved with your words, Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, stroking his beard with a smile. Thank you for your trust, Sandame-sama. I will definitely protect my students, Miyu said seriously. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with a smile and said to the registered ninja, in the future, Miyu's class can accept C-level missions, and the other trainee classes will still follow the previous regulations. The other trainee classes don't have teammates like Kakashi, and it's a question whether their instructors can be Kakashi. The registered ninja nodded quickly. Since the Hokage has spoken, he will definitely have nothing to say, and it will not be his responsibility if something goes wrong in the future. Although he has obtained the authority to accept C-level missions, it is already evening, and it is naturally impossible to accept missions at this time. Miyu led the 3 disciples to walk home. Great. After walking out of the Hokage building, Obito couldn't help but punch to celebrate. Okay. We are definitely the only 2 in the 4th grade who can do C-level missions. Others must be able to only catch cats and dogs. Obito laughed directly. It's really something to be excited about. This proves that our youth is heading higher. Might Guy also laughed. The laughter of the 2 attracted the attention of some other ninjas who came to the Hokage building. Kakashi silently lowered his head a little. He suddenly remembered his last batch of teammates. Although they were not strong, they were not so strong as to burst out laughing at the door of the Hokage building. Hey, Kakashi, you must have done C-level missions. What kind of enemies will appear in C-level missions? Will there be Chunin and Jonin? Obito asked excitedly. Ninja enemies usually don't appear in C-level missions. Kakashi replied, huh? There are no enemies even in C-level missions? Obito was confused. He still remembered how determined the attitude of the ninjas who had just registered for the mission was. They only agreed to accept C-level missions after the Hokage came. The process was so difficult that even the Hokage was involved. Obito thought that C-level missions were very dangerous, but Kakashi actually said that there would be no ninja enemies. It's not that there are no enemies, but that you usually don't encounter ninja enemies, Miyu corrected him. C-level missions related to combat are usually to subdue wild beasts and subdue bandits. You won't encounter ninjas in these 2. Miyu explained that ninja enemies that must appear usually start at B level. Why is that? Obito was a little disappointed. He was still thinking about going on a mission to defeat the enemy ninjas and then coming back to tell Noharu about his heroic deeds. But there is nothing much to say about conquering wild beasts. They had a picnic in the South Forest before and killed a wild boar together. When he walked into Miyu's house, Obito's mood improved again, because he would be able to eat the fresh food prepared by Miyu later. Miyu asked Kakashi and the other 3 to sit in the living room and chat, while Miyu began to prepare the dishes. Teacher Miyu, let me help you. Kakashi, who didn't want to eat for free, said. Then you come and help me wash the vegetables. Miyu did not refuse. Working together is also conducive to cultivating trust. Kakashi stayed in the kitchen and watched Miyu cook. He was very curious about how Miyu made such delicious dishes. Miyu, are you back? Minato's voice came from outside the door. Minato, just come in. I'm cooking. Miyu turned around and said. After getting Miyu's approval, Minato opened the door and walked into Miyu's house. As soon as he walked in, Minato found that there were actually 2 teenagers in Miyu's house. And Obito and Might Guy also noticed Minato who came in. Obito looked at Minato's dazzling blonde hair, blue eyes and familiar warm smile, and instantly overlapped Minato's and Miyu's faces. Hello, Minato smiled warmly and prepared to greet the 2. I know, you must be Miyu's twin brother, Obito answered. Looks like Miyu without glasses. Might Guy felt that Obito's speculation made sense. It also looks like Miyu with glasses. Look at the smile and the warm feeling. Obito analyzed carefully. No one knows Miyu better than him. Although he was misunderstood, Minato was a little used to it. He was joked about this by many acquaintances during the Jonin conference. So Minato smiled and explained, I'm Namikaze Minato. a friend of Miyu. Hey, isn't your last name Hanyu? Obito now feels that Minato and Miyu are brothers who have been separated for many years. Minato, I'm sorry, they are all my disciples, and they are visiting my house today. Miyu explained, it's okay, after all, we do look alike sometimes. Minato smiled and said he didn't care. He was quite open-minded about this. If he was with a bad person who looked like him, he might care a little, but he thought it was fate that Miyu, a gentle person, looked like him. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. After washing the vegetables, Kakashi curiously walked out of the kitchen and took a look at Minato. He happened to see Minato smiling and explaining, and instantly understood why Obito thought Minato and Miyu were twin brothers. Because the two people's expressions were indeed very similar, and their hair and eyes were similar, he also felt the same way at first glance. But if you look closely, Kakashi can still see the difference. Minato's temperament has a little bit of stupidity, while Miyu's does not. Miyu, do you need my help? Although Minato asked, he actually walked towards the kitchen. Minato, you came at the right time. Help me deal with those vegetables a little and cut off the unnecessary parts. Miyu arranged work for Minato. The two have been neighbors for a long time now, and they have cooked together a lot, but most of the time Minato is the assistant. Minato, didn't I talk to you about the interns before? I am also in charge of the class. After finishing the food, Miyu said, I remember, but why is there a person wearing a forehead protector? Minato nodded and asked curiously, his name is Hote Kakashi. It was an unexpected situation. It's a bit complicated to explain, but now he is also a member of my class. Miyu replied, Hotake. Hearing the surname and Kakashi's white hair, Minato suddenly remembered some bad things, so Minato didn't ask about Kakashi. Then Miyu also introduced Minato to the disciples. Minato is a very powerful jonin. Many powerful jonin in the village feel inferior to Minato. Miyu praised with a smile. Wow, isn't that super strong? Obito listened to Miyu praising Minato like this, and Minato looked like Miyu, and instantly felt that Minato must be as strong as Miyu. It's not as exaggerated as Miyu said. There are still many seniors in the village who are worth learning from. Minato said modestly, Miyu, I'm still. As Minato was talking, he felt a little embarrassed. He ate for free and took away the food every day. I know, I've packed it for you. Miyu handed the lunch box to Minato. Thank you for your help. Minato thanked him. He felt that Miyu might have guessed something. It was indeed a bit suspicious to take away the food every day. If he was busy, he could still come to take the food away. If he was not busy, he would use being busy as an excuse to take the food away every day. But Minato had no choice. Miyu guessed it, so let it be. This could not be said openly. Kushina's identity was too sensitive. Telling Miyu about that would do more harm than good. All Minato could do was to try his best to share his training experience with Miyu, so that Miyu would become stronger and get through this dangerous period safely. Teacher Miyu, I think you can investigate. Maybe he is your long-lost brother, Obito suggested. Miyu put two fingers together and landed accurately on Obito's forehead. If you don't eat, Kakashi and Kai will eat up all the food, Miyu reminded. Obito then realized that Might Guy and Kakashi were eating so fast while he was talking that the chopsticks left after images on the table. Leave some for me. Obito didn't care and started eating quickly. Miyu arranged for her shadow clone to deliver food to Shisui and Nohara and then started eating. I'm not in a very good state today. I have only written 8K so far. I will try my best to write another chapter before 2 o'clock in the evening. If I can't, I will make it up tomorrow. Don't stay up late. Go to bed early. I can't say if there will be any tonight, but there will definitely be tomorrow. Chapter 171 Overseas Mission. When can I do an S-Class mission? On the way to the Hokage building, Obito thought of Kakashi's heartbreaking words yesterday and couldn't help but sigh. C-Class missions don't even meet ninjas, so it's obviously not the kind of mission he wants to do. Tonight, Kakashi replied. Why? Obito asked in confusion. I dreamed about it, Kakashi said calmly. Even Chunin can hardly participate in S-Class missions. You want to complete S-Class missions before you graduate? Damn Kakashi, Don't think I'm the same as you if you can't do it yourself. I will definitely have the opportunity to do S-class missions after I become a Chunin. Obito immediately raised his fighting spirit, since they can be granted the privilege of taking C-class missions if they complete D-class missions efficiently. If they also maintain super high efficiency in C-class missions, won't they be able to do higher level missions soon? Teacher Miyu, we must take a challenging mission later to let them see our strength, Obito said with full fighting spirit. It's better to have a battle. Might Guy was a little itchy after 2 days of hard labor. Kakashi had no requirements for this, as he had already done a lot of C-rank missions. Miyu smiled and nodded in agreement. What Obito and Might Guy wanted was exactly what he wanted. These are some of the current C-rank missions. The registered ninja spread out several scrolls for Miyu to see. Subjugating the bandits hiding in Eagle's Beak Mountain. Eliminating the unknown beasts that harass Gamo Town. Escorting the client back to the capital of the Land of Fields. Miyu glanced at them. Those that clearly indicated that there were battles were basically subjugating bandits or driving away and eliminating beasts. Miyu simply skipped these. It was true that he wanted to fight, but fighting ordinary people or beasts would not help him at all. Let's just escort the client back to the Land of Fields. Miyu thought for a while and said, "Are you sure you want to choose this mission? The situation in the ninja world is a bit chaotic now. Although there is no ninja village in the Land of Fields, there is a certain degree of risk in going abroad now," the registered ninja reminded him. In fact, he felt that Miyu might as well take the mission of subjugating bandits and driving away beasts. Many missions are in the country of fire, which is safer. We are not afraid of risks, but we are afraid of no risks. Obito's eyes lit up when he heard the words of the registration ninja. Thank you for reminding me. This is it. I believe their strength can cope with the possible crisis, Miyu said with a smile. He chose this mission to go abroad because he saw the risk. He didn't want to choose it if there was no risk. The registration ninja didn't persuade them anymore. He registered for several people and told them the current location of the client. What kind of risks will we encounter? Ambush by enemy ninjas? Obito said excitedly after walking out of the Hokage building. You should read less novels. C-level missions will not encounter the crises you think, Kakashi said speechlessly. There are also ninja ambushes. If you encounter ninjas in C-level missions, you can report back to the village. Then Miyu and the others went to the hotel where the client was resting and found the client who issued the mission. Are you the ninjas who took on the mission? You are really young and promising. Some middle-aged people with a wealthy appearance were stunned for a moment after seeing Obito, Kakashi and the others, and praised with a smile. I'm Numeta Yashiki, the client of the mission, and these two are my wife and daughter. Numeta Yashiki introduced himself briefly. I'm Hanyu Muiyu, the captain of this mission. Muiyu nodded and briefly introduced herself. Uncle, you have a good eye. I'm the first in the ninja school, Obito said with a smile. First, then brother, are you very powerful? Numeta Yashiki's daughter blinked her big eyes and said, Of course. Obito showed a proud expression. Why don't I remember you were the first when I was in school? Kakashi suddenly said, Hey, are you bragging just now? The little Eli showed a puzzled expression. That's because you graduated early. Obito tried his best to explain. Then he said something like taking the first place twice is also the first place, and the last school year is more valuable. Although the little Eli didn't understand what Obito was explaining, she felt it was fun to see Obito blushing and dancing to explain, so she giggled, and the air became a little more cheerful for a while. After a brief mutual understanding, it was time to get down to business. After learning that Numeta Yashiki was ready to leave, Miyu suggested setting off immediately, perhaps considering that he was taking his wife and daughter with him. Numeta Yashiki prepared a carriage. Numeta Yashiki and his friends sat in the carriage, while Miyu and his disciples followed along. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Compared with the speed of ninjas, the carriage is not fast. Not to mention Miyu, Obito and the others were at ease, and they could chat while running. When it was time to rest at night, everyone got together and chatted for a while, and Miyu knew why Numeta Yashiki was so smooth. Numeta Yashiki is a businessman, but although he does business in the Land of Fire, He is actually a member of the Land of Fire. His family are all members of the Land of Fire. Because of the war, Numata Yashiki was worried about the danger on the way home, so he issued a sea-level mission in Konoha. I don't know when the ninja world will be peaceful. The 4 major countries have declared war on each other, and business will be difficult in the future. Numata Yashiki sighed. Frequent wars made him, a stable businessman, very uncomfortable. It was less than 10 years since the last war, and such a war between great powers broke out so quickly. Uncle, you will be fine if you stay in our fire country, with our Konoha ninjas here. Other countries can't come in. Obito patted his chest and said, the strength of Konoha ninjas is indeed trustworthy. Numata Yashiki nodded. This is a recognized point in the ninja world. The following escort mission went smoothly. Before leaving the country, Muyu and others did not encounter any attacks, let alone ninjas, and even the bandits who blocked the road were not seen. This made Obito very disappointed. It was agreed that there would be certain risks. Escorting on the road, resting and practicing, except that you can tease the little ally, is no different from usual. This is what a sea-level mission looks like. You have a rich imagination, Kakashi said. He has done many sea-level missions and has never encountered ninjas in sea-level missions. However, after leaving the fire country, it was much more lively. Occasionally, some stupid thieves who were blind wanted to come and rob, but there were not enough to fight. Might Guy kicked them all down. On the first night after going abroad, Muyu was thinking about her own combination ninjutsu, when suddenly there was a movement in the big tree not far from where Muyu and others were resting, and the leaves rustled. So blatantly leading people over, Muyu raised her glasses and was very calm. The white eyes are indeed a very convenient ability. This chapter is a supplement to yesterday's. The plot of leaving the village has been revised and revised, so it is written slowly. Chapter 172 Unfavorable Situation. Teacher Muyu, there's a noise over there. The noise was quite loud, and Obito also noticed the restlessness of a big tree not far away. After saying that, Obito was about to go up to check, but was held down by Muyu. Idiot. Don't act trashly before you know the situation. This is an escort mission. Kakashi stared at the big tree in the distance and said. After saying that, Kakashi quickly threw a shuriken at the big tree. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. The shuriken kept piercing the air and blasting towards the big tree. The next moment, a figure wearing a gray combat uniform that exposed one arm jumped down from the tree. Hey! Are all you Konoha ninjas so timid? You don't even dare to go forward to check the situation, the gray-clothed ninja said. Because it was dark, Kakashi did not see the forehead protector on the gray-clothed ninja, but based on the other party's clothes, he could judge which ninja village the ninja was from, and the clothes of the ninjas in each village were also different. Teacher Muyu, it seems to be a ninja from Iwagakure. Kakashi made his own judgment. Currently, Iwagakure and Konoha are in a hostile state, so Iwagakure is 100% an enemy. Kakashi never thought that he would encounter ninjas in a C-rank mission. Obito's bad words really came true. As an Iwagakure ninja came down, a few ninjas wearing similar combat uniforms soon appeared beside him. 1, 2, 6. Kakashi frowned slightly. Not to mention a C-rank mission, encountering 6 ninjas at once in a B-rank mission would be relatively difficult. Those ninjas don't look like genin. Name, Troy. Chakra, 20,000. Skills, Magnetic Release, Mastered 15,000. Lightning Chakra Change. Name, Okahime. Chakra, 6,200. Skills, Lightning Chakra Change, Mastered 2,500 3,000ths. Name, Lakabai. Chakra, 3,600. Skills, Lightning, 2 jonins, 6 shunins. After giving all the enemies an identification technique, Muyu got a rough idea of the enemy's strength. To be honest, the enemy's strength was so high that Muyu was a little surprised. Troy could be said to be an elite jonin. An elite jonin with a jonin and 6 shunins would have no problem carrying out S-level missions. And the weird thing was that although these people were wearing Iwagakure clothes and carrying Iwagakure forehead protectors, their skills were all related to lightning attributes, and all of them mastered lightning chakra changes. There was no doubt that these were Kumagakure ninjas wearing Iwagakure skins. Muyu speculated that it was probably Kumagakure that deliberately sent out an elite team to pretend to be Iwagakure ninjas to hunt Konoha ninjas in order to intensify the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, and Muyu and the others just happened to run into them. Kumagakure is a very reckless village, but if you really think that all the reckless people in Kumagakure can only fight, then you are overthinking. The Raikage is a reckless man himself, but he still has his subordinates to give advice. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a 3-meter-high fireball at the 6 Kumagakure. You Iwagakure are cowards, come and fight me if you have the guts, Obito shouted. The guy who just cursed Konoha will be left to me. Obito and Kakashi Might Guy said, be careful, the enemy is not weak. Muyu reminded that the opponent chosen by Obito was Lakabai. In terms of chakra, Obito is much worse than Lakabai, but Muyu does not think that Obito has no chance of winning. The strength of a ninja is not determined by chakra alone, but also depends on the nature of the change in the ninjutsu and taijutsu mastered. If Obito can use the explosive power of his full concentration, he can beat Lakabai. Boom! Exclamation mark. The 6 Kumagakure ninjas were very fast and dodged directly. The huge fireball blew up the trees next to them. The huge noise woke up the Numeta Yashiki family who were already resting. Stay in the tent and don't come out. We will solve the problem, Muyu said quickly. Then I'll trouble you all. Numeta Yashiki knew that his family would only cause trouble if they went out, so he held the child in his arms to prevent him from running around and walked back to the tent. As the positions of the few people were scattered, Kakashi moved instantly, pulled out the white fang short blade and slashed at the Kumagakure ninja closest to him. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. At the moment Kakashi moved, a large number of shurikens shot out from the dense forest and flew towards the moving Kakashi. After Kakashi noticed it, he quickly retreated and swung the white fang short blade to knock down all the shurikens that attacked. He was cautious and never charged without reservation. 7. Are there any ninjas hiding in the dark? Kakashi looked around cautiously. Haha, Konoha ninja, your life is over. The Kumagakure ninja laughed when he saw that Kakashi dared to take Joy's shuriken. The attack of that adult can only be dodged and not taken, otherwise he will die. Kakashi suddenly found that he could not move. A strong suction controlled him and made him unable to move the shuriken just now. Kakashi's face was a little ugly. It was also the first time he encountered such a strange technique. He could not move just by touching the shuriken. Just when Kakashi burst out chakra and tried his best to get rid of control, the Kumagakure ninja moved. Go to hell. The Kumagakure Chunin immediately took the opportunity to draw out the long sword and stabbed Kakashi in the heart. Blade of Wind. When the Kumagakure Chunin stabbed the sword, Kakashi quickly recalled his life memories in his mind. If there really is an afterlife, my father would be very surprised to see me, Kakashi thought. He was only 8 years old this year. Kumagakure stabbed out with a sword, and a lot of blood gushed out, but it was not Kakashi's blood, but his own blood. I saw a high-speed wind blade directly cut off the head of the Kumagakure ninja in front of Kakashi, and the gushing blood splashed on Kakashi's face, making him particularly sober. Kakashi looked back, and Muyu, whose smile was still very warm under the cold moonlight, slowly retracted his outstretched right hand. There is no doubt that it was Muyu who made the move. His wind escape is so powerful. Kakashi was very surprised. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar published this novel for the first time. He thought Muyu only knew fire escape and lightning escape, but he didn't expect Muyu to master this advanced wind escape ninjutsu. It looks like we caught a big fish. Troy slowly walked out of the shadows and smiled. Just relying on Muyu's wind escape technique, he is not incompetent among the Jonin of Konoha. Lightning escape. Pseudo-darkness. Muyu quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge lightning spear. Feeling the power bursting out of Muyu, Troy immediately dodged and changed his position. However, Muyu's attack was not aimed at him, but at the other Kumagakure Chunin. Under Muyu's control, the spitted lightning spear quickly split into a piece, and then instantly killed the 3 Kumagakure Chunin covered in it. Counting the Chunin who was just killed by Muyu's wind blade, the number of people on the Kumagakure side was greatly reduced. The sudden change surprised Lakabai, so Obito took the opportunity to kick him back 2 meters. Haha, it's bad luck for you Iwagakure to run into us. Obito's heart surged when he saw Muyu instantly destroy 4 enemies. It's just a last-ditch struggle. Konoha will definitely lose. Lakabai quickly adjusted his state. Although several teammates died, Lakabai did not think that their action would fail. This time they were led by Lord Troy. Lakabai didn't believe that the Konoha Jonin had the strength to defeat Troy. Interesting, you don't want to use us as a training ground, do you? Troy said, looking at the only 2 remaining Kumagakure Chunin. As he spoke, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a kunai wrapped in lightning stabbed at the immobile Kakashi. Muyu, who had observed it for a long time, instantly shot out a kunai with flames. Boom! Exclamation mark. The 2 kunai collided with each other and instantly caused a huge explosion, blowing down the big tree next to them. My lord, this person is not easy to deal with. Let's go together. Okanozumi appeared next to Troy and said, Muyu only attacked 3 times from beginning to end, but killed people twice, and once intercepted her sneak attack with incredible accuracy. Troy nodded. He didn't have any plot for a one-on-one duel. As long as he could kill the enemy, any means didn't matter. There's another one. The appearance of Okanozumi made Kakashi's heart sink to the bottom. He didn't believe that the person who had been hiding until now would be an ordinary character. Maybe he was also a Jonin. Although it was 4-4 on the field, the enemy might have 2 Jonins, and he was now controlled by an unknown ninjutsu and could not move. Kakashi could no longer see the hope of winning. Mr. Muyu, go ahead and take the client away. We will stay to cover you, Kakashi said. Since there was no hope of winning, it would be better to let the most promising one of them go and complete the escort mission. Kakashi believed that if they fought to the death with the enemy, it would not be a problem for Muyu to break through with one person with his strength. Kakashi, what are you kidding? You want Mr. Muyu to be the kind of person who abandons his companions? Obito shouted angrily with a punch that produced a lot of flames. The dissatisfaction in his heart made Obito's attack disordered, and he was gradually suppressed by Lakabai. This is the best choice now, Kakashi replied calmly. The gap in combat power between the 2 sides was too big. The opponent was 2 Jonin and 2 Chunin, and they were both experienced, while Might Guy and Obito on their side lacked experience. Kakashi did not expect them to win any enemy. Teacher Muyu's youth is more than that. Might Guy kicked the hidden cloud ninja back with a kick. At this moment, he did not agree with Kakashi's words. First of all, he thought that Muyu had not used his full strength. Secondly, he thought that Muyu would not abandon his disciple and escape with the client. I'm really underestimated. Muyu smiled slightly and raised his glasses. Kakashi, maybe you can't trust your teacher more. Kakashi looked at Muyu, and saw that Muyu's smile was still as warm as usual, without any worry. Maybe teacher Muyu can really do it? An idea came to Kakashi's mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A large number of shurikens attacked again. There is another chapter later. It may be late. It is recommended not to stay up late. Chapter 173, Attack Like a Hell Spike. Troy quickly took out a special square shuriken from his ninja tool bag, and then injected magnetic chakra into it. Under the control of magnetic chakra, Troy just waved his hand lightly and shot it towards Kakashi like a rain of arrows. Unlike other magnetic chakra users, Troy has studied magnetic chakra into a control skill. He can inject unique magnetic chakra into the shuriken. As long as the shuriken is touched, the body will be magnetized and then controlled by him. Although Kakashi did not touch it with his hands, the magnetization of the weapon was directly transmitted to the main body, just like touching it with his hands. Relying on this god-level control, Troy has killed many Jonins. Anyone who does not know his ability will easily fall into his trap. Teacher Muyu, his shuriken is weird. Don't use your weapon to block it. Kakashi saw the strange shuriken coming again and quickly reminded him. He was worried that Muyu would be hit in the same way. Fire style, Phoenix Chloride. Muyu blew out a large mouthful of flames, and then quickly threw out a large number of shurikens. The shurikens burning with high temperature flames were like small fireballs with sharp blades. and their power was extremely strong. Boom! Exclamation mark! All the shurikens shot by Troy were blocked instantly, and many small fireballs continued to hit Troy and Okanoshimi. The two immediately dodged and separated to avoid the fireball attacks. What a powerful fire style! Troy was surprised to see that all his magnetic style shurikens were blocked. His magnetic style shurikens have two uses. One is pure control, which consumes less chakra, and the other is to consume more chakra to strengthen the power of the shurikens. He just used the second one. I will go forward to fight, and you look for opportunities, Okanoshimi said with a determined look on her face as she drew out the long sword behind her. Miyu looked like a ninja who was particularly good at ninjutsu, so Okanoshimi wanted to find an opportunity through close combat. The best thing about their Kumage cure is the lightning-style ninjutsu. The Hokage may not know the fire style, but the Kumage cure ninjas in their land of lightning are basically all good at the lightning-style ninjutsu. I will provide support in time. Troy took out many cube shurikens again. Under the control of the magnetic-style chakra, the shurikens floated around him and could be shot at any time. The chakra on Akami's feet burst out, and he used the instant body technique to approach Miyu at a very fast speed. Seeing that the enemy wanted to play physical skills with Miyu, Kakashi was relieved. Miyu was not a ninja who was partial to one subject. Although his ninjutsu was very strong, Miyu's physical skills were not bad either. After gradually approaching, Akami immediately injected a large amount of lightning attribute chakra into the sword in his hand. The blue electric light enveloped the sword and kept crackling. Do you want to compete in ninjutsu? I also know a little bit. Miyu laughed and silently switched the breathing method from rock breathing to thunder breathing, full concentration breathing, lightning release middle dot finger spear. Dazzling lightning burst out from Miyu's hand, and with the use of full concentration breathing, the aura on her body instantly became terrifying. Facing the sharp sword that was coming, Miyu chose to extend a finger with her right hand and pointed out. One hand was wrapped with a sharp sword wrapped with lightning, and the other hand was a finger blessed with lightning. Zazizi, a huge electric current noise exploded, and a blue light flashed between the two people, dispelling some of the surrounding darkness. Bang! The sharp sword wrapped with dazzling lightning broke at a high speed, and under the huge force, Okaneki flew backwards violently, smashing several large trees before stopping. Okaneki's eyes were full of incredible surprise. She couldn't believe that her proud ninjutsu was crushed like this. Miyu's broken sword with one finger reminded Okaneki of their third Raikage of Kumage Cure. The third Raikage had a unique skill called Hell Stab, which was also a ninjutsu using fingers. When only one finger was used, it was known as the strongest spear. It was a terrifying ninjutsu that even the tailed beasts could not withstand. Impossible. How could a Konoha ninja master the Hell Thruster? If it wasn't a Kenjutsu, I would have died. Okashimi, who spit out a mouthful of blood, comforted herself in her heart. You know, even the child of the third Raikage could not master that terrifying ninjutsu. Troy was not idle when Okashimi attacked. He controlled the shuriken to stab Miyu from the other three sides, and cooperated with Okashimi in the front, which was an all-round attack. However, Troy did not expect Okashimi to be defeated so quickly, and was almost knocked out in an instant. What Troy did not expect was the speed that Miyu showed next. Miyu dodged all the shurikens at a speed that he could not see clearly, and his shuriken could not even touch the corner of Miyu's clothes. So strong, so fast. Kakashi, who could only watch the battle, couldn't help but sigh. Just now, he saw that Miyu did not use super fast speed to dodge but used her fingers to harden the enemy's sword, and he was a little worried. As a result, Miyu's physical skills were even stronger than he thought. Just now, Kakashi couldn't see Miyu's moving speed clearly. He only felt that Miyu moved many times in an instant and dodged all the attacks perfectly. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book_bar released this novel for the first time. After sighing, Kakashi was puzzled. A ninja with Miyu's strength was actually a teacher in the ninja school. Does the ninja school need such a strong teacher? Isn't it just teaching simple physical skills and 3 body skills? This comparison may seem a bit truthless, but the strength shown by Miyu can beat his previous instructor. Haha, It seems that your companion is not a match for Teacher Miyu at all. Obito laughed when he noticed the movement over there. It's too early to say this now. Although Lakubai also felt something was wrong, he still chose to believe Troy. In order to quickly get rid of Obito to help Troy, Lakubai deliberately sold a flaw to let Obito retreat step by step, waiting for Obito to advance and then kill Obito with one blow. Teacher Miyu, I'll go over to help you soon. Obito felt that he was about to solve the enemy in front of him. Don't get carried away. The people in front of you are not your teammates who are sparring with you, but enemies who want to kill you. Kakashi could not help but remind him. Damn Kakashi, you can't move and you still want to order me. Although Obito cursed, he did what Kakashi said and attacked more conservatively. He didn't want to make a mistake and lose face at such an important moment. He would definitely laugh at Kakashi after it was over. Okano, do your best to interfere with him. Troy gave the order with a serious look on his face, and then took out a scroll to summon two giant shurikens that were more than 1 meter long. He was going to use his ultimate move, but because of the speed that Miyu had just shown, Troy was worried that he would miss. Troy first used magnetic chakra to magnetize the giant shuriken, and then injected a large amount of lightning chakra into it, so a giant lightning shuriken rotating at high speed was born. Go to sleep, that's all for today. Chapter 174, The Hidden Ninja of the Gauze Cloud. Just as Troy was concentrating on rolling the thunder release shuriken, Kakashi felt his body relax and regain his ability to move. Kakashi immediately guessed what kind of trump card ninjutsu Troy was going to use, so he had no energy to control him. Kakashi quickly used the instant body jutsu to dodge away from the spot and rush towards the enemies on Might Guy's side. The enemies on Might Guy's side had been trying to attack the tent where the client was, making Might Guy exhausted in defense. Kakashi's sudden attack caught the Kumagekure ninja off guard, and several blood marks soon appeared on his body under Kakashi's sharp swordsmanship. Might Guy's eyes lit up when he saw Kakashi coming to help, and he knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had come. Rock breathing, full concentration breathing, Konoha's powerful whirlwind. Might Guy immediately used his strongest power, concentrating his breathing again and coordinating with chakra to greatly enhance his physical ability, and kicked out a whirlwind kick with powerful force at the Kumagekure ninja at a very fast speed. On one side was Kakashi's sudden attack, and on the other side was Might Guy's explosive power. The Kumagekure ninja instantly fell into a desperate situation. Bang! Kakashi's continuous slashing made the Kumagekure ninja have no time to take care of Might Guy. In addition, Might Guy suddenly showed a faster speed than before. He miscalculated and was kicked by Might Guy's whirlwind kick and flew backwards at a high speed. What a great power! The Kumagekure ninja felt the severe pain from his body. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his face was full of surprise and unwillingness. He was unwilling to fall to two young boys. Whoosh! Kakashi did not give the Kumagekure ninja a chance to reflect. At the moment Might Guy kicked the Kumagekure ninja away, he threw two kunai at his chest and killed the Kumagekure ninja completely. You are worthy of being a close friend. Perfect cooperation. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up. After getting rid of an enemy, Kakashi felt a little relieved. He quickly turned his attention to the battlefield on Miyu's side, which was the key to determining the outcome of this encounter. The reason why he came to help Might Guy as soon as he got rid of control was that he didn't know whether Troy could continue to control him. In order not to become a burden to Miyu, he had to keep a distance. Ninjutsu has a casting distance. The second was to relieve the client's crisis and liberate Might Guy's combat power. However, when Kakashi paid attention to Miyu, he found that Miyu didn't seem to need their help. Facing the huge electric shuriken that attacked, Miyu did not dodge as Troy imagined, but split a shadow clone and began to use ninjutsu. Fire style, head hardship, wind style, suppress harm. Miyu's main body switched to the breath of fire and used head hardship, and the clone used suppress harm. This time, Miyu did not deliberately suppress his power, because no matter how big a commotion he made here, no Anbu would come to check the situation. He will kill all the enemies present, and the only people left are his disciples and the client hiding in the tent. so he can give full play to his strength. The mastery level of the head hard work plus the change of the nature of the fire attribute chakra with a proficiency of more than 7,000 plus the bonus of the breath of flame. If Muyu checks his panel now, he can see that his chakra data is rapidly decreasing. The consumption of a large amount of chakra is exchanged for extremely powerful ninjutsu. At the moment when Muyu released the fire escape, the orange-red flames illuminated the forest. The flames that came out of Muyu's mouth were not fireballs or fire dragons, but a sea of fire. The huge amount of flames engulfed everything in front of Muyu, and the sky-high flames hit everyone's face. Although it was dark, the huge light made the whole forest as bright as day. Looking at the sea of fire that suddenly appeared, Kakashi's eyes were already filled with flames. He was shocked. He didn't expect that the power of Muyu's fire escape ninjutsu was so terrifying. He had never seen such an exaggerated ninjutsu. The raging sea of fire seemed to burn the entire forest, so he's best at fire escape. Muyu refreshed Kakashi's impression of him again. With this kind of terrifying strength, even the three ninjas are no better than this, right? Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At first, he thought Muyu was just an excellent jonin with comprehensive strength, but every time Muyu made a move, he could have a new understanding of Muyu's strength. Obito and Lakabai, who were fighting, were also shocked by this terrifying scene. The two sides pulled away and stopped fighting temporarily. This fire escape is too cool. I wonder when I can use this level of fire escape, Obito thought as he looked at Muyu standing in front of the sea of fire. This enemy is unexpectedly tricky. Looking at the terrifying sea of fire, Lakabai, who had always believed that Troy could win, couldn't help but waver. Before Muyu released this terrifying ninjutsu, he was very confident. After all, there were also strong jonins who died at Troy's hands, but such a strong enemy was a bit beyond his cognition. Damn, where did this strong man come from? There is no information about such a powerful fire ninja. Troy looked at the sea of fire that Muyu spit out and his face darkened. He had originally thought of using his trump card to kill Muyu and then send a random ninja back. Now he had no intention of killing anyone, and only had the idea of retreating in his mind. If you can't beat him, run away. This is not shameful. It is a strategy. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. But Muyu didn't have the idea of letting anyone run away. After the main body used the head hard work, the shadow clone quickly spit out a high-pressure wind ball. The wind helped the fire, and the sea of fire that Muyu spit out expanded rapidly in an instant. Okanozumi, who originally wanted to go forward to entangle Muyu, was the first to collide head-on with the sea of fire. She saw the sea of fire and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Okanozumi used all her strength to use thunder release, but facing the huge sea of fire that swept over, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and was instantly submerged by the high-temperature flames. With the help of the pressure, the sea of fire expanded rapidly. A large number of trees turned into ashes in an instant. Troy's lightning shuriken could not break through the terrifying sea of fire. The sea of fire expanded rapidly. Troy no longer had the idea of fighting Muyu. He used the scroll to summon a large number of shurikens and used his magnetic lightning to the extreme to temporarily resist the attack of the sea of fire. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded. With the smoke produced by the explosion, Troy tried his best to use the instant body technique to retreat behind him. He wanted to bring back Muyu's information, but the next moment, a blue electric light suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire. Troy's movement paused instantly. He looked down and saw a blood hole in his chest. Muyu was bathed in blue electric light. He stood in front of him and smiled at him, with his right hand still extending a finger. Lightning chakra mode. Hell stab? Troy was very confused at this time. Such speed and power really looked like their cloud-hidden lightning chakra mode. We in Iwagakure will not let you go. Troy did not forget his mission before he died. If he could make Muyu think that it was Iwagakure that attacked them, then he would not be too much of a failure. I don't remember that Iwagakure would have so many ninjas who can use lightning escape. Muyu raised his glasses with his left hand and smiled with narrowed eyes. If they want Iwagakure, they should at least find two ninjas who can use earth escape. Troy wanted to say something with his eyes wide open, but his vitality could not support him to say more. Carrying the guilt towards the village, Troy died with his eyes open. Chapter 175 Mission Level, Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Muyu quickly formed a seal and used a fire-style ninjutsu on Troy's body. Boom! Exclamation mark! A large number of small fireballs all hit Troy's body, and the body was instantly blown to pieces and charred. It's not that Muyu is so cautious that she has to blow people up to feel at ease, but she doesn't want people to recognize who the body is. Muyu doesn't believe that Troy is a nobody in the cloud-hidden ninja at this level. Beating that Okanozumi can let Sarutobi Hiruzen know and show his actual combat level, but if he defeats a ninja of Troy's level, that's another story. His current strength in Konoha village is not enough to do this. After the sea of fire receded, Kakashi and Obito rushed to Muyu to check the situation. After discovering that Muyu was fully capable of dealing with two Jonin, Kakashi and Might Guy besieged the cloud-hidden ninja who was fighting with Obito, and the three of them quickly solved the opponent with their combined efforts. Because they were worried about what might happen to Muyu, one of them protected the client, and the other two chased after Muyu. "Mr. Muyu, are you okay?" Obito asked hurriedly after seeing Muyu. Kakashi noticed the charred body next to Muyu, and knew that Muyu had killed both Jonins, so he reported, "Mr. Muyu, we have killed all the Iwagakure ninjas over there, but I don't think they look like Iwagakure ninjas." Although the enemy was dressed like Iwagakure and had a forehead protector from Iwagakure, Kakashi noticed that all Iwagakure ninjas were using lightning release and no one was using earth release, which made Kakashi realize that something was wrong. The two Jonins were using lightning release, and the Chunins were also using lightning release. Compared to Iwagakure, he felt that they looked more like Kumagakure ninjas. These ninjas are not only good at lightning release, but their skin became darker after they died. I feel like they are Kumagakure ninjas who use transformation techniques to disguise themselves as Iwagakure ninjas. Kakashi said his conclusion. Muyu smiled and replied to Obito, "I have dealt with all the enemies, so of course I am fine." Then Muyu nodded to Kakashi and said, "These Iwagakure ninjas are indeed very strange. Considering that Iwagakure and Kumagakure are both at war with us, it may be that the Kumagakure ninjas want to intensify the war between us and Iwagakure. Ah, these people are not Iwagakure ninjas, then Kumagakure is too despicable." Obito said in amazement. He was still thinking that he must teach the Iwagakure ninjas a lesson when he has the chance in the future, but he didn't expect that the enemy was actually the ninjas of Kumagakure village. Each ninja village has a different inheritance of ninjutsu. The ninjas of Iwagakure village mainly use earth escape ninjutsu, while the ninjas of Kumagakure village are good at using lightning escape ninjutsu. Muyu explained, and then popularized some common sense of the ninja world to Obito. The main inheritance of the sand village is wind escape and puppetry, and the mist village is water escape and assassination. What about our Konoha? Obito found that Muyu missed one. Bang! Muyu gave Obito's head a pat with his left hand and said, "Aren't you a Konoha ninja? Your own village doesn't know it yet." Hee, I'm not a ninja. I'm still an intern. Obito scratched his head and laughed. After all, I don't meet many ninjas. I feel that everyone seems to be different. Our Konoha is more diverse. There are all kinds of escape techniques, but we can judge by the ninja family. For example, Uchiha generally use fire escape. Muyu explained that the situation in Konoha is different from other ninja villages. Then Muyu sealed all the Kumagakure ninjas into the scroll and prepared to take it back to Konoha. Konoha has relevant policies for unexpected situations in such missions. If the client conceals information and the enemy ninja says there is no information, the ninja can terminate the mission on the spot and leave directly. If the client does not conceal information, but accidentally encounters a hostile ninja, the mission level and bounty can be increased to a certain extent according to the number and strength of the enemy during the war. The money is given by the village. Muyu estimated that it would be difficult to identify the two Jonin bodies, because the two Jonins died so tragically. One was burned beyond recognition by the flames, and the other was directly blown up by Muyu's Fengxian fire. But this is exactly what Muyu wanted. What 2 jonins? It was clearly 1 jonin and 7 chunins. Although the jonin's body could no longer be seen, it was reasonable for there to be a jonin leading so many chunins. It's alright now. You guys can continue to sleep, Muyu said to the tent where the client was. Thank you for your help. Hearing Muyu's words, Numeta Yoshikazu felt relieved, but he didn't dare to sleep too deeply, worried that there would be trouble again. The noise just now was too loud and it was very close. Then Muyu and the 3 disciples took turns to keep watch and spent this somewhat uneasy night. The next morning, Numeta Yoshikazu woke up according to his biological clock. Maybe because he didn't sleep well last night, he felt a little dizzy. He didn't disturb his wife and daughter who were still sleeping, and walked out of the tent carefully, but he was dumbfounded when he saw the world outside the tent. To the north of the tent was a forest full of green trees and vitality, while to the south of the tent was a charred world. The flames burned all the green leaves of the trees. No tree had green leaves in sight. They were all black and bare. The ground was covered with black ash and blackwood residues. A doomsday scene. Is this the strength of a ninja? Numeta Yashiki swallowed his saliva, and his worldview was greatly impacted. He knew that ninjas were very strong. Otherwise he would not have gone to the ninja village to issue commissions to protect himself. But what he thought was strong was that ninjas could break trees with 1 punch and that ninjutsu could destroy hard rocks. Not that after just 1 night, he found that the place he was in had changed from a forest to an incinerator. Numeta Yashiki suddenly had an inexplicable emotion in his heart. Are ninjas with such destructive power the same species as them? Uncle. Good morning. Obito smiled and greeted Numeta Yashiki. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Well, good morning. Numeta Yashiki responded with a smile. No matter what, after all, they were the ninjas who protected him, so he didn't have to worry about whether he could get home safely. In the following journey, the few people did not encounter any more ninjas. At most they were bandits with knives, and they successfully entered the capital of Tango. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely nominate a few of you. You are so reliable. After returning home, Numeta Yashiki said with a smile, Konoha can nominate ninjas to complete the task. If the nominated ninjas are free. Muyu smiled and said a few humble words, then turned around and left with his disciples. Goodbye, big brothers. The little lion Muyu and others waved goodbye. Goodbye. Obito waved excitedly. This mission is too exciting. If every mission is this kind of mission. On the way back, Obito recalled the fierce battle that night and was still excited. Especially Muyu's combination ninjutsu. He was very excited just thinking about it. What are you dreaming about? This is an accident among accidents. Under normal circumstances, this level of mission is at least A level. Kakashi shook his head and said, because he had never fought with the 2 jonins and didn't know their specific strength, Kakashi was a little conservative. What's wrong with an E-rank mission? We won, Obito said with a proud look on his face. Kakashi stroked his forehead speechlessly and said, we were able to defeat the enemy because Muyu-sensei is super powerful. Why are you so proud? In Kakashi's mind, this battle was actually very dangerous. If their teacher was not Muyu but an ordinary jonin, I'm afraid no one would be able to leave alive. Why can't I be proud? Muyu-sensei is my teacher. Can't I be proud of my teacher's strength? Obito raised his head and asked back. And if we talk about the role, I should be more effective than you. At least I held back an enemy. If it weren't for Muyu-sensei who kept protecting you, you would have been killed by the enemy long ago. Kakashi's eyes flickered, and the memory of that night reappeared in his mind. Obito was indeed right. In that battle, he became a burden to Muyu, and Muyu blocked many attacks for him. If it were me, would I protect my teammates like this? Kakashi thought to himself. If the enemy's strength is unknown and his teammates are controlled by unknown ninjutsu, he will probably prioritize destroying the enemy and completing the mission rather than protecting his teammates. Teacher Muyu, is your belief to protect your companions? Kakashi remembered what Muyu said to him on the first day he and Muyu met. A true ninja is one who implements his own beliefs. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.